will not last forever. Of course, one has to say, though, that as a people, we must be able to learn from these circumstances and find ways to adjust for the future. Find ways to adjust to make us an even better island and make us a better people. Because there's always the saying that tough times don't last, but tough people do. And the people of Nevis have always demonstrated that they are a resilient people, and we are a resilient people. And this government is always cognizant of that, and that is why we also have demonstrated resilience and resiliency in this particular climate. Mr. President, I can't go any further without heaping some praises on the Minister of Finance and member for Nevis too. Because of course when the member for Nevis 2 and Premier was elected as the leader of this great party, the Concerned Citizens Movement, I said from the onset that the member, or I can say Minister Brantley, if I were to say that, Mark Brantley, is not the same as Van Samrin. They are not alike. They're two people who are different in many ways. Some similarities, but different in many ways. Of course, we would always make the comparison, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in making the comparison, we must understand that people in many ways are not alike, even though there are similarities. I say that in the context that even though they are different, they both would have had or still do have a love for the island of Nevis. And in speaking about the member for number 2, I would tell you, Mr. President, that he has demonstrated over this particular period of time that we find ourselves in, this pandemic period, and even before, but I'm speaking specifically of the pandemic period that we find ourselves in. He has demonstrated that he is a leader who have had a steady hand on the ship of state, so to speak, ensuring that we can navigate these perilous waters. Mr. Speaker, if I were to go on and tell you why I'm taking this particular stance to start with, I make comparisons myself, as I am sure people would do from time to time. And when one look at the leadership of the Premier and member for Nevis too, one has to put it in context in terms of the pandemic as compared to a hurricane, as compared to floods, other natural disasters, as compared to anything that we would have seen here on the island of Nevis that would have provided us with some difficulties. For example, the financial crisis that we experienced in 2008. You look at all of these tragic circumstances or difficult circumstances, and once you would have established that none of the other circumstances that we have had to face compared to this pandemic, then you have to understand the leadership that you would have had over the last, going on 2 years, sorry. The leadership that we have had over the last almost 2 years, Mr. President, would have suggested to me that history in itself will speak well of the leadership of the member for number 2, or Nevis 2. Because no other leader, and we have had three persons, but one would have served twice, would have had to deal with a pandemic where the entire world, all of the aircraft would have come to a grinding halt. Commerce would have come to a grinding halt. Shipments were almost non-existent. People were not moving. Compare that to the financial crisis of 2008. People were still moving, albeit not at the same level as prior to the financial crisis. But the pandemic, no one was moving. Borders were closed. If borders are closed, then it means that commerce has closed as well. Mr. President, when you listen to commentators throughout the world, they use certain terms and certain languages to contextualize this pandemic. Some would have said that COVID-19 have crippled their economy. Some would have said that COVID-19 would have decimated their economies. And those are strong words, Mr. President. Strong, strong words. And if you listen to these words, you understand how fearful persons would have been with the onset of the pandemic. And even now so, because there are struggling families out there, struggling members of our communities, struggling persons throughout the world, even to this day. But you know the interesting thing, Mr. President? Even though we have been struggling because of the steady hand of leadership that we have seen from the member for Nevis too, the interesting thing is that not one civil servant would have lost their job during this pandemic. Not one. That is not trivial, you know, Mr. President. That is something that we can always look towards as a leader who have demonstrated that care, that compassion for his people. And it also translates into the government as well. Because of course we would sit as a cabinet and we would have our discussions, whether we wanted to, there was no one who was interested in doing so. He made it clear. He made it clear. And once the leader makes it clear, then everyone just have to fall in line on a matter such as this. And that is why, Mr. President, as much as things might be said about the member for Nevis too, persons may not like him. Persons may say negative things about him. But the bottom line is, you can never say that he's not a caring leader. You can never say he's not a compassionate leader. You can never say that he does not have the best interest of the people of Nevis at heart. And they could talk about his socks all day, you know? If I was him, I would have pulled his pants up higher too. Let me look at it all day. Because those are trivialities that doesn't translate into bread and butter food on the people of Nevis' plate. So those things are minor compared to the major things that we're talking about here. You're talking about caring leader. You're talking about a compassionate leader. You can look at all of the C's that you can talk about in terms of his demonstration of calm leadership, confidence. He collaborates with us too. I said we sit in cabinet and there's collaboration. Of course, Mr. President, the consideration that we have seen from him, the people of Nevis must be proud of their leadership. They must be proud of their government, and all of the naysayers out there can talk as much as they want. They have that freedom too. But what I'm saying, Mr. President, is that when it's all said and done, who is the leader? That's the leader, is the member for Nevis too. Who is the government? The Concerned Citizens Movement. You hear the name? Concerned Citizens Movement. And I talk about all of this: is caring, compassionate, collaborative, considerate, all of those. And it boils down to the Concerned Citizens Movement under the leadership of the member for Nevis too. And Mr. President, I am not at all dissuaded by any comments out there, because I understand that when you make a decision to ensure that all of your civil servants remain on the job, here's the thing, Mr. President. Imagine you send home a civil servant, one, who is the head of a household, whether he or she. You send them home. They have 3 children at home to feed. They have to send them to school. They have to pay their utilities. Perhaps if they're in a rental property, they have to pay rent. If they're paying mortgage, they have to pay a mortgage. They have to take care of their medical bills. They have to take care of their everyday needs. Just imagine sending that person home and the hardship that it would bring on that entire family. Suppose they were caring for an elderly, or an elderly grandmother or mother, that income have now been taken away. So the hardship that is brought on that family, we couldn't have fathomed that. So when they say we have to borrow, or we should not borrow to pay salaries or civil servants, I said these people are out of touch with reality. I don't care what you have to do. When it's all said and done, if you borrow the money to pay civil servants, that is the humane thing to do. But my question to the opposition and to the member opposite, if she was here, if we don't borrow to pay, for example, it means that you have to send home people. The question I have for them is, which ministry will you start with? Which department will you start with? Where in government would you start to cut? And whose pension are you going to touch? Just tell me. That is the question I would want to ask them. When you say you don't borrow a penny, you're not supposed to borrow no money. So send home people. But they have sent home people before in good times, Mr. President. So maybe that is why the people of Nevis have to listen to them, and understand why they have to stay where they are. Because I remember in 2012, as far as I'm concerned, things were good at the NHLDC. My colleagues will remember. I believe it's about 12 persons they sent home in 2012. Send them home on the breadline. Go and find work somewhere else. Even though they were claiming that things were so good. There was no pandemic. There was no hurricane. There was no financial services meltdown. There was nothing to suggest there was hardship then. But they sent them home. We now is in a completely different set of circumstances. And we have demonstrated as a government, under the leadership of the member for Nevis too, that this government cares and we are a compassionate government. And I can say that all day because there was never a point in time where we contemplated, discussed, or had any reason to send anyone home. That is not our thing. I said before, tough times don't last, but tough people do. And we're going to tough this out. And I am seeing a ray of hope. I've seen some activities, Mr. President, in recent times to tell me that we are getting back. We're climbing our way back slowly but surely. Mr. President, I want to say to you that this government will continue to look out for our people. And irrespective of what you might hear the other side talk about, sometimes they talk as if they want to run Nevis out of a textbook, Because I listen to the presentation there, and when I listen to it, I say, that sounds like it come out of somebody's thesis. It sounds like it come out of somebody's thesis, because the way it's presented, you wonder if these people are in touch with the realities on the ground. I am someone who lives within the boundaries of realism and pragmatism, I'm a real person. I am the most practical person you'll ever come across. Reality is what we are dealing with here on the ground. So when they talk about foreign direct investment, like money out there, see somebody come here with a briefcase with foreign direct investment. Oh, you must go seek foreign direct investment. Mr. President, do you hear the kind of things I said before? Economies have been decimated. It means that people would have had money in the stock market in America, in the FTSE where's the FTSE? In Germany? No. Where? That's one of the markets out there. Is Germany? Huh? It's an index? I hear all these things on the radio. Oh, you have the Dow. You have the S&P 500. I could name them, The FTSE is one, come on. When you hear all of these things and you hear that 5 years ago they were in the positive and things were green, things were nice, people were realizing some returns on their investment. And then all of a sudden the pandemic come and you hear all of these numbers gone into the negative, into the red. So it means that a man who thought that he was worth $5 million, $100 million, today he's worth chump change. So when he had his plans to come down to Nevis, to the Caribbean, wherever, to invest some of his money that he would have realized from his investment, and he has lost his worth, well, where are you going to come? Can't come, Mr. President. And that is why I said they're out of touch with the reality. The reality is we have had to make adjustments since we have had this pandemic. And with the adjustments, it tells you that some of the investment that you were hoping to get, some of the investment that were right there to be invested here in this island, just couldn't happen. But we didn't stay there, Mr. President. We haven't sat still and sat on our hands and twiddle our toes, as the folks would say. We went about our business and we have done things to keep this island afloat and to keep people happy, because even in the face of a pandemic, we were still able to accomplish many infrastructural developments in this island. I said we were able to keep people, employed. I also would tell you, Mr. President, all of our social services programs have been executed with aplomb.
Oh, yes.
You heard the minister responsible, the member for Nevis 3, talk about his seniors program. You talk about the utilities subsidy program that we have ongoing. We offer subsidies to our agriculture, our farmers. Teen mothers program, they had your graduation recently. Yes, to success. Listen, we have still kept this island going in the wake of all of the challenges and difficulties. So, Mr. President, you have to give, not you, but the entire island of Nevis. I don't care what side of the island you find yourself. You have to give this government credit. You have to give it credit. Housing, we still have been able to do quite a number of housing development throughout the island of Nevis in the face of a pandemic and in the face of the challenges that we've had to face. And that is why I say when they come and they come with a glowing talk, like they want to run Nevis out of a textbook, talking about green climate fund, talking about the Clinton Foundation, talking about all, well, and Barbados, whatever they're talking about. Listen, I'm not trivializing those things. Because, Mr. President, we too have had applications to these particular agencies as well. It's nothing new. The green, the blue, the orange economy is nothing new to the island of Nevis. It's nothing new. It's not new jargon and new language. But here's the interesting thing, Mr. President. True story. When I became the minister responsible for communication, senior minister, I was responsible for NEVLEC. As soon as I became the minister, I was told by persons in NEVLEC that there is a streetlight program that will be undertaken with the assistance of the CDB, the Caribbean Development Bank. That was in 2013, Mr. President. And the reason why I questioned then what is wrong with these little streetlights on Nevis, they tell me there's no need to buy any because we're getting this assistance from CDB. After a few months, I said, wait, CDB. I know CDB well, and they're a reputable institution, a Caribbean institution. But you know the thing is, things don't happen overnight when it comes to CDB. And that is the truth. Because even if CDB is going to implement or have this program done in Nevis, CDB is perhaps waiting for monies from the same Clinton Foundation, the same Green Climate Fund, since there were LED lights. You think the Green Climate Fund is going to send funding to Nevis? It has to go to various agencies. It takes time. And I brought that up because in 2013, when I was told about this street lighting program, this is now 2021. Mr. President, it just happened. It just, how many years is that? That's almost 8 years. And if I had sat there and said, well, oh, we get it. Tell people in Butlers, for example. Tell people in Brown Hill. Tell people in Hanley's Road. Oh, we get a street lighting program from CDB. That's in 2013. And all now I'm telling them that. You could imagine, I wouldn't have been here standing up right now. I wouldn't have been here standing up. I made the point because when it's all said and done, it is incumbent on every single government to take care of its people. And that is what we have done. You know what I did? We spent almost 450,000. No, sorry. Let's back up. It was about 450 lights. Street lights, sorry. At an average of about 119 US dollars per unit. I believe we spent somewhere over $53,000 US to get those lights through the assistance of the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation. We couldn't wait. So we have gone about our business, and now the security was provided to our people. And that is why I'm saying, Mr. President, we are aware of all of these funds and we don't have to respond per se. But I'm just telling the people of Nevis, when these people come to try to hoodwink you with all of this kind of fancy talk, this textbook talk, the reality on the ground is that things have to be done. And it have to be done now. Because it's either now or never, in the sense that we probably would have never gotten a chance in 2017 if we didn't do what we had to do to go and get things done. We wouldn't have gotten a chance to be back here. So, Mr. President, that is just one of those things that I had to impart personal experience. So when I hear these talk, I don't worry about them at all, because, Mr. President, life will have to go on in this island. And this government understand that. Mr. President, yesterday the opposition, the member for Nevis 5, would have said some things yesterday, you know. And I want to say that, in my opinion, my humble opinion, it appears that the opposition perhaps want to dictate the conversation on the island of Nevis. I don't think they have earned the right to do so. We have earned the right to do that, to dictate what is said here. Why? It's because of what we have done as a government, from where we have come from to where we are now. Mr. President, most times you hear them up and down the island, nothing happening. It's like the guy from Bad walking through town. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's just a chorus. So when you're going to tell me nothing happening, it means that all those vehicles that are driving on the waterfront and throughout the Isle of Charlestown and throughout Nevis probably should be parked up. Because I would think that if they're driving, they're not on a rally going anywhere or driving to nowhere. They're driving to somewhere. Driving to a job, driving to whatever. So they're up and down, nothing happening. And you know something, Mr. President? We got to be mindful of these people on the opposite side. Because they have tried their best to dictate to this party what we should say and what we should do. I say that in this context. Some years ago they said you shouldn't have the same candidate running for the federal election as and the local election. It was meant to trap the CCM, you know. You may not see it that way, Mr. President, but I see it just like that. It was meant to trap the CCM. They say you shouldn't run the same candidate in both elections. And of course, maybe some of us maybe thought that was the wise thing. But I'll tell you this much. It would have been a mistake on the part of this party, the CCM party. And here's why I say so, Mr. President. I say that, Mr. President. When it comes to representing the people of Nevis, here on the island of Nevis, and representing the people of Nevis at the federal level, you want to tell me that the leader of any party, especially the premier of that, of the island of Nevis, should not be at the federal level to represent the people of Nevis? That makes no sense to me. So they now find themselves in a quandary whereby they can't even find quality candidates as a result. Can't even find quality. You've got to find 8 candidates. So they try to hoodwink the CCM as they try to hoodwink the people of Nevis. But we didn't follow that. We have 3 capable representatives at the federal level who would have gone there and have represented the people of Nevis. I certainly would have felt left out as the deputy premier of Nevis, and I can't be at the federal level to represent. I'm sure the member for Nevis 3 can say the same thing. I'm sure he'll tell you, you hear where he went the other day, Glasgow, and it's not a surname, it's Glasgow in Scotland. Glasgow in Scotland, he went far and wide and represented the whole federation. And I am sure, well, he did an excellent job. I'm sure he too would have felt left out if he didn't get over there to get to Glasgow and stand up on the world stage and represent the people of Nevis and by extension the people of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So, Mr. President, I say all that to say this. All of this talk to hoodwink the people of Nevis won't happen not while the CCM is here. The CCM is here to provide the stability and the direction and the sense of direction that this island needs. And we've been doing an excellent job, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm going over some things here to start with of how the other side have tried to hoodwink the people of Nevis. I don't know if you recall, Mr. President, some months ago we bought this property up at Bath Ridge. It was the property of Ursula Huggins and her family, yeah. Bought the property, Mr. President. Good price. I believe we paid about $1.6 million for 16 acres of land. And you know what they started saying? Oh, they buy the land for the Premier to put the residence. Premier's residence. So they were up and down with this talk. I know the Premier's residence, you know, I know his house. Why the Premier going to leave that to go elsewhere? I wish I could get in there myself. Imagine that you're going to use that as a means of convincing sensible people on the island of Nevis that the government going to buy this property to house the Premier or to build a Premier's mansion. Rubbish, Mr. President. I don't know where they think of these things. But I'm laying out something here to the people of Nevis. Lord, do not be hoodwinked into some of the nonsense that the opposition is bringing to you. When they were in government, Mr. President, back in 2006 to 2013, and the Minister for Water, Communication and Works and Water, didn't really spell it out good this morning, you know. Give me a chance, Mr. Minister, member for Nevis 1. Because you know, and I know, and Minister Liebert knows, Senator Liebert knows, or what should I call it, Charlie? Minister Liebert, when he was there as my junior, would know that when they were up and down talking glowingly about, oh, 1 million gallons of water per day, 1 million gallons of water per day, Minister Liebert, you'll know that we never had the capacity to store 1 million gallons. We are just reaching the 1 million capacity, you know, under Minister Brand and member for Nevis 1. So they were up and down, and we were paying $55,000 for a million gallons of water, Mr. President. $55,000 a month for 10 years. Mr. President, if I were to do some rudimentary maths out of my head, that's almost $17 million. $17 million you would have paid to bid. Almost $17 million to bid for water. Our water. But they had it. They had people around their fingers hoodwink them into believing that they were doing something good. If I had my way, you know what we're going to do? The few dollars that you needed to invest in bid, as we did before, pay them. After they find the water, commission the well, thank you, and we move. And the people of Nevis would have been much better off. Because not only that, the people of Nevis were not aware that even after 2008, that when that contract was signed, somewhere around 2000, I believe it was 2010 or before, they changed the contract. We, the people of Nevis, now had to pay the electricity. We had to pay the electricity, Mr. President. When I got there, I believe the bill on those pumps was somewhere up to $7 million. I don't know what it is now. But nobody was paying it. The government was asked to pay it. But they went ahead, collect their over $50,000 a month. Up until 2018, when we decided that's the end of it. But when you hear them talk about 1 million gallons of water a day, it was so loud that you didn't even understand what was involved. Until we were able to let the people of Nevis know. So I'm reminding people as well too, you know, Mr. President, because it's all a part of the process. Because I'll tell you this much, Mr. President. I'll tell you this much. Because, let me jump ahead a little bit. One of the reasons why I am talking this way to start with, sometimes you have to roll back the curtains, you know. There's a song, I believe, who sing it? I believe it's a song that was done by Connie Smith, I believe. I'm old enough to remember. You were listening to Paradise in your days, Mr. President. I listened to a lot of Paradise. And Connie Smith wrote a song. And the chorus goes like this. Roll back the curtains of memory now and then. Show me where you brought me from and where we could have been. You want me to sing it? People might tune out. Roll back the curtains of memories now and then. Show me where you brought me from and where we could have been. Remember, I am human and human forget. So remind me. Remind me, dear Lord. I'm going to say, remind me, Alexis. Yeah. So that is why I'm going down memory lane to some extent, because I see the play coming from the other side, where they want to hoodwink the people of Nevis by telling the people of Nevis they ain't concerned about nothing prior to 2018. Now you're going to tell me, Mr. President, NRP is a 51-year-old party. They write a book with 51 pages and then tell you and I, read the last page, 51, the 51st page, and I tell you the whole story about NRP. What could go so? Anyone who is going to tell me or give me a book or tell me a story, you're going to start from the beginning and then we walk our way to the end. You can't go in the middle of the book and tell me what the story is. You can't go to the end and tell me what the story is. The story is within the entire book. So some of these things that I'm saying here, they have relevance, Mr. Speaker, because NRP is immortally afraid of the past. Immortally afraid, because the reasons why the people of Nevis would have turned their back on them, rejected them, and the reason why the people of Nevis would never vote for them again is because of some of these reasons. Some of these reasons for sure, Mr. President. So, we're rolling back the curtains of memories now and then. We're looking at where we have come from, where we are today. Because if it wasn't for the CCM, I would tell you that this island, especially during this pandemic period, would have had some difficulties. Some difficulties. All of us might have been bawling mother in this place. And I'm being dead serious, Mr. President. And if I use any language that is unparliamentary, I want you to bang your gavel. Because I am going to be as real as it can be this afternoon. Mr. President, member opposite, I wish she was here. I wish she could walk in the door right now. Thought it was her. I would have loved for her to be here. Because you know what she said? For 9 years, she said, we had a deficit budget. I said to myself, well, whether true or not, if we had a 9 year, if we had a deficit budget for 9 years, you want me to tell you what the deficit budget bought us for 9 years? I could give you a list of almost 30 major things in this island that a deficit budget has brought us. Some may say, well, much less if, well, what would have happened if we had a surplus? But Mr. President, surpluses, right? Sounds good. You could have surpluses in a country or in an island and people still hungry, you know? You could have it. But here's what this 9 years, as she claimed. She claimed 9 years. I said, well, here's what 9 years of a deficit would have bought us. 9 years. Joycelyn Library, the primary school kitchen. The veterinary clinic expansion. The processing wing at the abattoir. Extension and rehabilitation of the tender pier. Beautification of Charleston, the squares, etc. Construction of the brand new treasury building that now houses Inland Revenue, the VAT unit, IT, and the treasury. See it up there, brand new big structure. I could go on, Mr. President. Construction of the Newcastle Police Station, that lovely edifice out there that they keep talking about, which they never would have built if they were in government, because they had no interest. You forget? I haven't forgotten. Patrice Nisbet would have passed that police station every single morning for 5 years between 2010 and 2015. You know the interesting thing, Mr. President? While he was down there propping up a Labour government, right? 2 police stations came. One for Datebeg, one for Tabernacle. None of them was even contemplated for Nevis. So, that's why I'm telling you, there was no thought of doing it. Meanwhile, the police, they were living among rats, cockroach, unsafe, unhealthy. How could you get productivity and production out of your police in such an environment? It couldn't have happened. So in 2013, I made the commitment. I said, listen, so long as I'm the representative of St. James, that will be built. And I can recall in 2016, I believe it was, in 2016 or 2015, thereabout, the Honorable Van Samri and I, along with the Cabinet Secretary, met with the Police High Command And the Premier said, Minister Jeffers, I leave it up to you. So we had to find a way. We did find a way. With the support of this cabinet and the minister, the member for Nevis too, and Minister of Finance, we did find a way. And look at the building out there. Every day they try to find some kind of criticism or pass some criticism. Now I heard yesterday the fire tender can't get into the bay. Mark you, no fire tender come here, you know. Mr. President, you have different sizes of fire tenders. Different sizes. If you want to put the one over there, well, we don't mind. We'll leave it outside. That's not a problem. But it will be there to do the work it is supposed to do. But as far as I am concerned, a fire tender is going to come to go right into that bay. And they'll see it when the time comes. I leave it as that, Mr. President. So the police station, Mr. President, the CCTV command center, that was done with a deficit budget. Mr. President, construction of that massive project up there at Alexandria. Deficit budget. Deficit. Mr. President, I can go on. We would have bought the property over there where the water taxi facility is. We then went and we built the pier, and it's out there in use now, and they keep criticizing, saying, oh, the building not done yet, they say. But we'll finish it. We are the government who will finish it in the new term. Yeah, but the good thing is that, the minister is right. The pier is being used and all of them step on it nicely, but we love to see them step in. It was built for all of us. Every one of us. And Mr. President, listen, if this government was not as resilient as we are, probably wouldn't have built, you know. Probably would not have been built, because you know why? Opposition came from all angles. Even the leader of the NRP didn't want to commission the EIA that I asked her to do. Tell me with some flimsy excuse. I had to get a guy from St. Kitts by the name of Patrick Williams. God bless his soul. He was the one who did the EIA. I call upon the Federation, who can do this for me? Because I thought that she was the one who was commissioning most of these EIAs here on the island. I came up with all kind of excuses. But I am not someone who is easily dissuaded. I won't be stopped. Because if I believe it's the right thing to do and it's for the betterment of the island of Nevis, I'll get it done. So we got it done. Look at the pier. When I step on it, I always marvel, and I sometimes comment to the Premier and say, boy, if we didn't pursue this thing, what we would have been doing at this time? What we would have had? The same old rickety pier up the beach. But that is a welcoming sight to all of the visitors to the island of Nevis. Not only the visitors, citizens alike. Because when I pass there, I see the amount of vehicles there. It means that people are using that connection to St. Kitts. People in St. Kitts are using that connection as well. It is a wonderful project, Mr. President. And that has brought about a type of business atmosphere and activities over there that our young men and young women are taking advantage of simply because of a facility, a pier that they try to diminish and try to stop, but it has been built. Mr. President, let me go on, because I'm talking about what a deficit budget has brought up. VOJN, sporting facility. And NRP left it abandoned in 2006. Abandoned. It was started by the CCM in 2006. Abandoned it. The people of St. James were not good enough to get a sporting facility like that. Yeah? We were not good enough based on their thinking. So we came into government. We had some monies in 2016, and it was done through the Ministry of Sports. At that time, Minister Brandy Williams was the minister. We lighted the field. We finished the pavilion, built bathrooms, fenced it up, manicured the field. Look at it out there, Mr. President. That is visionary, Mr. President. We said we wanted to take the pressure out of Grove Park or the E.T. Willett Park and bring some activity into the rural areas. That's what we did, Mr. President. You go over there on a Sunday. Sunday gone, the Masters had some tournament there, or some cricket, with cricketers from St. Kitts, using the facility. Mr. President, that was a huge accomplishment on the part of this administration. And I'm going to take credit for it too, as the minister, as the representative. Huh? Only doing my job, yeah, and a job that I love doing. I love doing it because you always talk about vigor and vitality. I got something to, you know. And that's why I'm glad. I'm glad that these things are being done so young men and young women can participate in their overall development in terms of their physical development, sporting sporting development and anything to do with the overall development. I'm so happy for that. Mr. President, a deficit budget brought us housing development all up and down Nevis. Deficit budget, they say. They said 9 years we had a deficit budget. Well, all up and down Nevis, in Bath, in Prospect, in Maddens, Cohoon, all up and down, University Heights, new development. Mr. President, we did all that in tough times, difficult times. You want me to go on, Mr. President? Stop me, you know. I can tell you about 30-something of them. But I could skip them. Because if you talk about roads, well, roads have been done in every single parish in Nevis. All up and down Nevis. And you know, they talk about roads. Oh, all we talk about are roads, roads, roads. Yes, we talk about roads because the development of your infrastructure is important to the overall development of your island. And if you have poor infrastructure, even visitors are going to refuse to come. Even though people will have added expenses that they don't necessarily have to undertake. Because the other day I had to spend some money on my vehicle, Mr. President. Over $1,200 on some suspension. That's how bad roads will deteriorate your vehicle. So anyway, we went about building all of these roads. And it seems as though in Happy Vex that we're building these roads. So I had to ask them the other day, tell me which road that we are doing right now, or we are currently doing, or we plan to do that they won't do. Just tell us. We intend to do all the roads that we have outlined or earmarked to do. So tell us which roads that we are currently building, whether it's Butlers, whether it's Bath when we get there, whether it's Westbury, Fountain, Mount Lily, Camps. Tell us which one we mustn't do. Or even the main road from Cliff Dwellers up to Camps. Tell us what we must not do. Because the people have said they want their roads done. The people are saying that, listen, I am incurring so much expenses. Help me. Alleviate that burden. So when we talk about roads, and the more they talk about roads, the more we're going to build, you know?
Oh, yes.
It's the more we're going to build, Mr. President. Because that is what we are mandated to do. They say we're just doing our job, so we'll continue doing our job. And you know what? The people of Nevis is going to reward us for our work. Mr. President, I don't even want to talk about social programs again and healthcare and the likes. All of those things. And in all that, we still have to service our internal and external debts. We still have to. We are a responsible government. And when the mover of the bill would have said so yesterday, I felt good. When he said, we are a responsible government. Responsible government pay their bills. Mr. President, I tell you, you know, the Kuwaiti Fund, it just came to my mind. You see this facility here, the pier, and the Long Point Pier facility? All those were done with Kuwait, funding from the Kuwaitis. They normally fund seaport projects. We had an excellent relationship with them up to 2006, Mr. President. When we left government, there were balances there to them. You know the NIA government didn't pay them? You know they didn't pay them a penny? They defaulted on the loan. They didn't pay them. When we came back in government and found out that they were not servicing that loan, we then had to go ahead and undertake the repayment of that loan. That's how they are, you know. They don't like to pay. They don't like to pay with all the noise that they have. But yet still, when they were not paying and all the good things they say were happening, poor people, I tell you, poor people were struggling. Mr. President, you remember, you know, they keep making noise about advisor. One advisor we have. One. You know how many they had? They had an advisor in health. They had an advisor in sports. They had an advisor in education. They had an advisor in culture. They had an advisor in labor. They had an advisor to the premier. Maybe the premier couldn't make a decision then, but this one could make it. They had an advisor to communication and works, I think, too. There's about 7 of them they had. And you know the interesting thing? They talk about to pay. Some of them were getting to pay. Some of them advisors. One was sitting right there in the chair where you're sitting. One of those same advisors were there. Well, I'll tell you, you're an advisor to us, you know. You're the president of the house. You're no advisor. So they had all these advisors making somewhere around $7,500 a month. All of them. Just multiply them by 7. I come up with 7. There might have been more. But all of them making 7,500, and they keep harping on one advisor. I think they have a problem with the advisor, but the advisor is going to be a big problem to them.
Oh, big time.
But I want to say to the people of St. Thomas's while I'm at this, we have been saying you need to have somebody around the table to champion your cause there in St. Thomas's. And here is your golden opportunity, because you see what you have gotten from the member opposite. The member for Nevis 5, nothing. What can she provide? Nothing. The presentation made yesterday tells me exactly what the people of St. Thomas's are getting from the member for Nevis 5. Nothing. Nothing, because I listened to that presentation and I didn't hear anything that I can hold on to. No hope for the people of Nevis. No hope for the people of St. Thomas's. No hope whatsoever. So I don't know. I am appealing to the people of St. Thomas's. This is your golden opportunity to get someone around the table to champion your cause. A young, vibrant lady who has demonstrated that she has what it takes to get the job done. And I want her to work in tandem with me. You could imagine that one-two punch, Mr. President? Boom, boom, left and right. You could imagine? But not only that, Mr. President, you know, a lot of people seem to forget things in this island here, but I ain't going to forget, you know, I'm going to spend some time until I'm ready to report to the people on my accomplishments.
You're halfway.
Mr. President, we can get carried away sometimes. But anyway, I'm going to switch gear now, and go. Listen, Mr. President, to see this party this opposition party, NIA was in government for six years, 6.5 years. And I can stand up here for an hour and go on for another 2 and talk about them in terms of the nonsense they would have done as a government. I ain't even touch the contract them that they were giving. Persons who they didn't want to hire as non-established workers, they get a contract for $4,000 a month. Not only that, after the 3 years, they were giving them 20% gratuity.
I get it every year.
20%. Contracts that were necessary for us to bring specialized persons to the island. You bring them in like doctors and persons in specialized areas. You give them a contract and then you give them a 20% gratuity at the end. They were giving them to their supporters. Come in, and then they gone up Stony Grove shooting pool all day. Shooting pool and doing all kind of mischief for $4,000 and gratuity on top of that. I never see more craziness. Well, the people of Nevis have told themselves and are telling themselves, never again. Never again. Mr. President, let me turn to agriculture. Let me turn to agriculture, Mr. President, because there's some good things happening in agriculture, you know. Really, really good things. And to be honest with you, Mr. President, a lot of things in agriculture can be seen. They can be seen. Because you have seen a renewed vigor, a renaissance, so to speak, a revolution in the agriculture sector. In the past, my understanding is that those who took that responsibility for agriculture did so because of the connection to the NHLDC. And they spent more time with the NHLDC and not with agriculture. Well, this minister has paid attention to all areas, agriculture and also the NHLDC. But Mr. President, we have some numbers that we'll want to get into here shortly, but I want to say over the last year, we have seen some progress in agriculture. There have been some disappointment here and there because, of course, the numbers in some regard will show a decrease. Here's why. Once you have the closure of the hotel plants here on the island of Nevis, that sector that would take some of these products or produce that we normally would have at the marketing depot, once they're not there, farmers then would decrease their production because wastage, we can't afford that. But in terms of the consumption of these products, we would have had a good relationship with the hotel sector over the years, and that is where some of the drop-off would have come from. As a matter of fact, the numbers for this fourth quarter, I don't have them with me, Mr. President, but I am absolutely certain that once we end this quarter and we were to compile those numbers, you will see a marked improvement in the demand for our products or our produce. Mr. President, earlier this year, the Ministry of Agriculture on the 19th of January would have hosted Agenda 2021. That is something we introduced, I believe it was about 3-4 years ago. And the aim of this particular event, Mr. President, is to lay out to the Nevisian public and also to the various departments what our agenda is for that ensuing year. And indeed, that was held on the 19th of January, and that we can always say it was successful because it was the platform upon which we were able to build the sector and propel the sector forward during the year 2021. We did not have an open day this year, Mr. President, because of the COVID pandemic. Of course, we would have had a scaled-down version, which was dubbed AgroFest. And that indeed drew a lot of patrons and our stakeholders together. And we were able to have some activities at the end of March, around the time when we normally would have that open day. So that in itself was held to ensure that we stay in touch with our stakeholders and to ensure that whatever products or produce they have, they're able to off-sell those. Mr. President, we also would have done throughout the year some donations we would have gotten from ECCG of feed. We would have distributed those to our farmers, livestock farmers. And of course, we want to thank the ECGC for the 700 bags of feed that was supplied to the Department of Agriculture through the Ministry of Finance. And our farmers who are, livestock farmers that is, who are registered with the department were able to get some feed for their animals, pigs, poultry, and the likes. We also had a farmers market throughout the year, Mr. President, a couple of farmers market. We also would have continued with our sale of cattle, calves, 6-month-old calves at the Madden Stock Farm. We do that every 6 months. And the reason why we continue to pursue that, Mr. President, is because we want as many of our livestock farmers, especially those who are in cattle production, to be a part of the process. It cannot all be done by government. When you empower persons to get involved, then it means that many more persons are able to make a dollar. And we are asking our farmers to continue in their pursuit because we want to ensure that when we do not have at our stock farm, in terms of cattle that we need to process, or ground beef and the likes at the abattoir, we're able to call on our stakeholders, or livestock farmers, that is. Mr. President, the department realized one of our dreams somewhere around May of this year, and that was the integration of agriculture with tourism. We would have worked with the Tourism Authority to convert the Kates Bay Farm into a tourism product, in which we would have enhanced that farm. And what we have been doing and continue to do is to have tours of the farm. You pay a small fee, a nominal fee, but once you come there, you can go and pick fruit, get some vegetables to go back with. You can get smoothie or smoothies, and it is an exciting little tour. We're hoping that once the tourism season or the tourist season advances, and the numbers are what we anticipate, persons at the various hotels will advertise the farm as a part of the package that they'll offer to their guests as tours throughout the island of Nevis. Also make that farm one of those areas where they can stop and have a tour, get some agro-processed stuff and fresh smoothie and fresh fruits as well. In June, Mr. President, we would have had the commissioning of the Larison Parry Agricultural Depot. And let me pay homage to Mr. Larison Parry at this point. I think the family was very proud that we would have used Mr. Larison Parry's name in his honor on that building. Mr. Parry was a hard-working gentleman. As I said when we were opening up the facility, I could recall early in the morning, because Mr. President, as a young boy, I used to be up early, going down to pot work. He used to bring workers down to pot work early in the morning. And when I said that, I am certain that Mr. Parry was up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get ready to pick up those folks. The wife would have said, Jean would have said, 2 o'clock in the morning, Parry is already up. That shows dedication. That shows a commitment to the task. And if we can get that out of our people in today's age, I believe Nevis will be much further ahead. But I believe we understand that we must be committed, just like Parry was. We must be dedicated, just like Parry was, to ensure that this country and this island continue to develop. So I want to pay homage to him. And that facility, since it has been open, Mr. President, we have seen an increase in the sales at that facility. We have seen farmers bringing their items there or their produce there to store, because there are 6 storage facilities there, 6 walk-in freezers. And we have seen some very positive signs that we would have made the right decision to move out of the facilities here at the back of the market and have gone up to Prospect, where you have more space, much cleaner, much more inviting. And we have seen the progress that we were anticipating. So we are hoping, Mr. President, once we can get our farmers to ramp up their production, we are able to provide the storage, because there are certain crops or certain products that can be stored for 6 months, 3 months, 6 months, some shorter, yes, but that facility will help us to cut down on losses that can occur as a result of spoilage. And that is why that is such an important facility. So I want to thank the Minister responsible for communication, member for Nevis 1, and the Public Works for coming on board and delivering an impeccable building. I think that was work that I believe Public Works can be proud. And I'm proud of Public Works, because as you go around the island, you can see that Public Works has certainly transformed that area of government. When we'd have heard a lot of negatives in the past, you're seeing positives now. And I want to admonish them and implore them to continue to press on and continue to do the good work of the island of Nevis. Mr. President, we continue to receive tremendous support from the Ross University School of Veterinary Medicine in terms of their support in the area of livestock. They have provided tremendous support at our stock farm in Maddens in terms of beef production. They have now come on board, and earlier this year, I believe it was June of this year, sometime earlier this year, I went across to Viet Bay and received 25 Boer goats. Why Boer goats? They are very productive in terms of the meat that they provide, dense, and they can produce meat. The goats can produce up to, well, in excess of 150 pounds. That's when they're matured. So we got 25, 10 came to Nevis, 15 were left in St. Kitts, and the process that we'll undertake with those goats is this. We will breed those goats, of course. Our stakeholders, our farmers, registered livestock farmers, will get one. If there are 2, they'll get one. They will then do the same thing in terms of having that goat go through reproduction. They'll give us back one, and they'll keep one, and as they grow, they'll give us back. So it's a back and forth thing. So we're trying to build the stock, and we want to keep the breed as pure as possible, Mr. President. So that is in collaboration with our livestock farmers. And of course, I want to commend the Ross University School of Medicine for their partnership with us. Because once you're in a community, the whole idea is to support the community, support the efforts of the government and all the stakeholders who you would rely on or work with in a particular community. So I want to thank them for their effort. Mr. President, going right along, at least in April of this year, we had the launch of that fruit farm down at Indian Castle. Wonderful initiative, Mr. President. You see, when the pandemic hit, Mr. President, we started talking about food security, resilience, we talk about innovation, we talk about all kind of glowing words. Sustainability in agriculture, all of those glowing words. But our efforts, Mr. President, I believe, prior to COVID-19 of last year, when it hit us last year, was not as intense as it is now. We are living out those words now, because when we went about establishing that farm, 35 acres of land down there, we have, I believe, in excess of 15 different crops planted down there. The whole idea was to bring about that sustainability in agriculture, that emphasis on agriculture once again, where there can be a demonstration farm one. And two, it can be a farm that provides our agro-processing unit with items such as guava, passion fruit, sorrel, cassava, bananas. We have now planted onions, mangoes. One of the largest crop that is down there, though, is a coconut. We planted well in excess of 3,000 coconut palms down there, Mr. President. Well in excess of 3,000. Overall, you have over 5,000 plants down there. And who said, not New River, but Indian Castle cannot produce? People are saying we're going down to dry country. The good thing is, with the help of the Nevis Water Department, last year sometime thereabout, I believe it was last year, early last year, we would have had some water mains brought across from Hickman all the way to Indian Castle. So we have water down there, Mr. President. You said that? But you're going to give the private farmer free water and can't give the government free water. So, Mr. President, I went down there last, I think it was last Saturday. Last weekend sometime I went down there. Sorrel is being reaped now. We have had cassava reap. What do you call it? Golo peas? Was it golo peas or pigeon peas? Pigeon peas? Is it the same thing?
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
I argue about that. I argue about that. Golo peas and pigeon peas are the same thing. Black eyed peas is different. But, Mr. President, we couldn't hold any peas at all. As soon as the picking, people gone. People gone with it. And that is a marvelous thing, you know, Mr. President. But I was talking about the coconut trees. We invested in these coconut trees. Why? Currently, we still get some jelly from St. Vincent. They cannot be as fresh as what is grown here. So my thinking is, as we have been saying all along, what if you can get some jelly one day from St. Vincent? And this is not to knock the trade. But God bless the child that has its own. So we went about planting. We got these nuts from Guyana. They are the Malaysian dwarf. And they are so prolific, Mr. President. The understanding I have is that one of these branches or locks give you almost 25 jelly. 25 jellies. So you could imagine, and I do some rudimentary maths, Mr. President, and it doesn't always work out like this. You have 2,000 trees. Each tree giving you $1,000 per month. Times 2,000. You do the maths, that's about $2 million. I wonder if we'll ever make that. That's it? 2,000 trees at $1,000 per tree per month. That's $2 million. You see, money can be made. Money can be made. But I am not saying it would always work out like that, but I'm just telling you the possibilities exist for that to be an area where some monies can be made. So we just have to protect the area, protect the investment, and make sure it bears fruit. And I'm happy with the effort being exerted down there. And I want to commend Mr. Ronald King, Banky. He's the supervisor down there. And I believe he has gone about it with some seriousness and some dedication Because, of course, you could have started this thing and just abandoned it and walk away. But he has stuck with it and he'll continue to stick with it. We'll continue to give him the support from the Ministry and Department of Agriculture. And that is one of the areas. We have coconut trees down at New River as well too, Mr. President. So there are lots of coconut trees around. And we have seen in the past where persons have come and pick what is not theirs. I want to say to the people of Nevis, where you haven't planted, do not attempt to reap anything that you haven't planted. You can always ask, what is the cost of one jelly? We'll sell you. The government need to make money too. We pay workers to go down there every day. So we need to make some money. But let me get off of that, Mr. President. So we have over 5,000 fruit trees planted down there. And of course, we have started doing some reaping. And this is after we would have started in April of this year. April. So we are seeing results thus far. Mr. President, I want to move along because I didn't expect to be spending a lot of time on some of these things, but you have to talk. Let me just look at some quick numbers here, Mr. President, very quickly. I want to look at some numbers from the abattoir, because that's one of our flagship, yeah? It's one of our flagship, one of the areas that we have exerted much effort, and I want to, before I even start, commend Gary Griffin and his team for the excellent work that they continue to do at the abattoir, with so many different products, almost 25 or 26 different products they produce there. Processed ham, processed sausage, processed beef, processed everything. Almost every area of processed meat material that you'll find at any supermarket, they provide them there. I want our people to go up and patronize the abattoir. And as a matter of fact, while I'm at it, let me put in a plug, because I think they're still accepting orders for ham and chicken. Ham, chicken, and beef for the Christmas. Excellent ham, cooks well. Chicken, nice, soft, and succulent. Local chicken. And I'll talk some more about our local chicken production shortly, just after I'm done with this. But Mr. President, we have seen over the last 3 quarters of this year, we have seen some fluctuation in numbers. For example, in the area of beef, based on what has happened in our first quarter this year, we had just about 11,738 pounds of beef that would have been processed there at the abattoir. There was a fall off in the second quarter to 6,434 pounds, and then a slight increase in the third quarter of this year to 7,652 pounds. So we had some fluctuation there, and I said before that many of the areas that we would have catered to were not open to some extent. They're open, but not open fully, so you couldn't have had the type of returns that you would expect. Mutton was consistent throughout the year though. Mutton, first quarter, as against the second quarter, you would have seen 12,768 pounds of mutton that were produced there, as against second quarter, 7,931 pounds. But then there was an increase, a significant increase in the sale of mutton, or the amount of mutton that was processed there, 16,189 pounds in the third quarter. That is a significant jump. It was even more than the first quarter of this year, which is perhaps you'd have seen more persons cooking goat water and the likes. So there was a demand for mutton, a huge demand in the third quarter, which is good. Pork would have seen some fluctuation as well. In the first quarter, 19,107 pounds. In the second quarter, 12,957 pounds. But then a significant jump in the third quarter to 21,320 pounds of pork. Now I expect that number to increase even further for the fourth quarter, Mr. President, because you know we have our ham drive on. We are accepting orders for ham. And I believe we're going to surpass all of the numbers we would have had last year for the production of ham, or availability of ham at the abattoir. So that is a positive sign, Mr. President. Chicken had some fluctuation as well. We had 1,721 pounds in the first quarter, nothing in the second quarter. Well, let me back up. Nothing in the first quarter, 2,565 pounds in the second quarter, and then 2,587 pounds. Just a slight increase in the third quarter. So it was minuscule in terms of the difference or the increase. But like I said, I'll speak more about the broiler industry shortly. Mr. President, we can go on to smoked ham, chicken patties, beef patty, smoked chicken, roast beef, ground beef. All of those numbers are here before us. But I'm looking at the time, Mr. President, but these numbers speaks volume in the sense that most of what I'm looking at here are showing positive returns. For example, smoked ham, we talk about ham. In the first quarter of this year, it was a small amount, 386 pounds. In the second quarter, 235 pounds. And then in the third quarter, 1,158 pounds. Well, as I said, Mr. President, when we get to the fourth quarter, all of these numbers, ham is a somewhat of a seasonal thing, because ham is really around Christmas. And indeed, when we look at the numbers, for example, if I were to go back to the first quarter of 2020, we saw 2,079 pounds of ham were processed there at the abattoir. So at least December of previous year, January of current year, you would normally see an increase in those numbers. Mr. President, if I were to go on quickly and tell you that from the marketing division standpoint, the total throughput of crops and payments to farmers, let me give you a slight idea as to what has been happening there. In the first quarter of this year compared to first quarter last year, let me give you these numbers so that you can see and gauge exactly what has been happening. Last year, first quarter, that's January, February, March, 22,300 pounds of produce were passed through the marketing division, as against first quarter this year, 2021, 22,291 pounds. So that was a slight 0.04 percentage drop off, but very close anyway. When we got to the second quarter, we saw a huge jump though. In the first quarter of 2020, the second quarter, let's get it right. The second quarter of 2020, we saw 11,369 pounds of produce passing through the marketing division, as against 25,562 pounds in the second quarter of this year. Compared to the first quarter of last year, you're looking at 124.8% increase in the amount of products that passed through the marketing division in the second quarter. By the third quarter, last year you would have seen 14,897 pounds as against 36,660 pounds in the third quarter, which was a massive jump of 146%. That is a clear indication, Mr. President, one, that persons have now made their way to the new Larison Parry depot there at Prospect. Persons are now using that depot more. There are more products being produced by our farmers. And of course, the demand for the products have increased. So it is a positive sign that we are heading in the right direction. Mr. President, if I were to look at the dollar amount, let's look at some dollars. In the first quarter of last year, we paid out to our farmers $53,126.06. As against this year, first quarter, $43,880.42. That was a drop off of just about 17.4%. But consistent with the numbers that I just gave you, Mr. President, in the second quarter we paid out $14,744.95. Last year, this year, second quarter, you're looking at $31,215.81. That's a significant jump, 2 times the amount. Mr. President, and that was 111.7% increase. Let's jump to the third quarter. Last year, for example, we had $35,127.53 paid out to our farmers. Up to the end of the third quarter this year, we have paid out $59,299.16. That is a whopping jump of 68.8%. Those are significant, Mr. President. And something tells me that something good is happening at the Larison Parry marketing depot. That was built to generate that kind of activity, and I am pleased to report that it is certainly doing so, and I want to commend all those who are associated with that particular facility. Thank the PS and everyone, the director and everyone who have made that move. They came to me, and I went to the cabinet of the Nevis Island administration, and they acceded to our request, and we would have built that particular facility. Mr. President, as part of our thrust, let me move along quickly because I want to jump into something that is important to us as a ministry and also to us as a government, and more so to us as an island. Mr. President, over the years we've been talking about food security, as I said before. We're talking about sustainability, building an industry. Building an industry so that we can provide work for our people, provide an avenue through which our people can invest, and provide some area whereby we can actually trade with our neighboring partners in the OECS. We start there for now, but of course, we know that when it comes to the broiler industry, we get chicken here from all the way in Jamaica. If you go into some of the supermarkets here, you'll see Best Just chicken that comes from Jamaica. I know for sure that in Barbados, for example, the poultry industry is so vibrant there that most, if not all, of the chicken that is consumed in Barbados are produced locally in Barbados. They've built a significant industry out of that. And I do believe we have the capacity and the capabilities here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so when I approached my colleagues in the cabinet and told them what the plans are from the ministry standpoint, they acceded and they gave me the green light to go ahead and establish a poultry industry here on the island of Nevis. Now, persons may ask, well, what is new in the budget and what is new for next year? What are you hoping to do next year to be, that you consider to be transformational, that you consider to be an area that this island can look towards in terms of difficult times when you have boats that come in? You can't get access to food as you would like. Because I will say to you, Mr. President, and we've said it before, when tough time comes, every country will own borders within their borders to produce what they want to produce or what they want to consume, and make sure that their people are fed before we in these parts, as they call us third world. I am not no third world, but that's what they call us. But we in these parts will not see food as we would see in good times, because we get the excess from them. What I want us to do here on the island of Nevis and in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is to concentrate on areas where we know we can be self-sufficient eventually. And I do believe that this poultry industry is such area. So we sat down as a cabinet, Mr. President, and we looked at the broiler industry that we've been talking about for many years. Some would have started and have failed in the process, and I've said the reasons why they would have failed. And I do believe part of our thinking this time around is that the government must play a major role in establishing this particular sector or this particular industry. The government has a role to play. Our stakeholders, our local farmers, everyone who would be interested in getting into this industry will have their role to play. What role the government can play, though? That is the question that has to be asked. Now, Mr. President, we want to make it across the board. At least we want to ensure that these particular concessions are accessible by those who want to make this industry a serious one for them to provide some returns, some revenue, and to build it to the point where they can make a living and create a livelihood for themselves and their family. And we want persons to take it seriously because we are serious about this particular sector. Mr. President, one of the things that we intend to do, or some of the things, let me say some, because there are a list of things that we intend to make available to those who are interested across the board. There's no need to give some one thing and the other person's something different. What I'm talking about, though, is specifically to those who are going to get into the broiler industry. It is one that we want to build. When it comes to the egg production part of it, that is self-sustainable. We have done some things there so as to empower our poultry farmers who are engaged in egg production, meaning the license that are required to import eggs, for example, anyone who is not considered a bona fide poultry farmer cannot get a license to import eggs. It has to go through a bona fide poultry farmer. And that's how we have been able to protect those persons who raise layers for the production of eggs. And that is an area that we certainly do not have to be too concerned about anymore. So, Mr. President, this list of concession straight across the board is available to persons who will get into broiler production. 1, waiver of import duties and VAT exemption on imported materials and equipment for the construction and operation of your farm. Exemption of 6% customs service charge on imported feed, day-old chicks, etc. And we are saying that that can be done for at least the 5 years until your business begins to grow some root. Corporate tax exemption from 33% down to 0%. Some farms may require foreign workers, I'm sure. We are willing, consistent with what we have been doing for all those who come seeking employment. We'll provide work permits in that regard. We'll also provide tax concession on a vehicle that is necessary for the farm. The government itself, though, will establish the production facility. And here's why, Mr. President. We want to be accessible to all farmers. And we want a production facility similar to the model that has been created at the abattoir, where the abattoir receives animals, we buy, slaughter, and then we offload. Initially, we believe that the government have an important role to play in that regard, so as to ensure that all farmers have that access to such facility. We do not want the case whereby farmer A or investor A builds that facility and he raises his own chicks, and at the end of 6 to 8 weeks, he is able to slaughter, and then when farmer B or farmer C decide I'm ready to slaughter, he's told no space is there, we cannot take you on at this time. That could be a problem, Mr. President, where persons will be waiting to access the production facility and then they are unable to. We want to have some equity in the process so that we can have farmers interested and not get dissuaded, get dejected in any way. So we're providing that facility, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, if the government would provide the partnership necessary to ensure that this industry can grow. And of course, the government have a further role to play in ensuring that we impress upon our people to support our local farmers, support our local chicken producers, if I were to put it that way. Even in our school meals program, at our hospital, at our senior citizens' home, flamboyant home that is, we would want our citizens to be eating locally produced fresh chicken. Because, Mr. President, no matter what you label a chicken in the United States and send it down there and say fresh, could never be fresh when they hit our shores. Yeah. As a matter of fact, maybe it might be fresh out of a fridge in the States, or fresh off of a boat over here at Long Point. But I know once it's slaughtered here and produced here, it will be fresh out of the production facility, straight to your plate. And that is the important point. You know what is going into it? We are talking about eating healthy, living healthy lives, and as such, this industry will help along the way. Chicken is a meat product that is consumed heavily here on the island of Nevis. As a matter of fact, some of the data that we have seen over the last 5 years, for example, of between the years 2015 to 2019, in excess of $80 million worth of chicken products or chicken parts would have been imported into the Federation. Nevis, you're looking at somewhere around $12 to $15 million worth of poultry products have come into the island, and overall into the Federation about $80 plus million. That's a lot of money. If we can start to chip into that 10% this year, another 10% next year, which is 20%, that's how you have to look at it. The incremental steps that you'll take towards building this industry is what it takes to ensure that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we can see a thriving industry here on the island of Nevis. That is why, well, when I say Nevis, I mean St. Kitts Nevis. Let us be clear. Because you produce in Nevis, they'll make their way to St. Kitts. You raise birds in St. Kitts, they'll make their way to Nevis. Because as the Federation go, all of us will be much healthier as a result of this particular move. Mr. President, how much time do I have left? How much?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. Mr. President, I should ask
Finish
now?
your 2 minutes.
Finish by 2 minutes, okay. No problem. Stop me when I get there. Mr. President, that is one of the projects that we have planned for next year. As a matter of fact, we also will be undertaking the reconstruction, demolition and reconstruction of that office building up there at Prospect. It is about 20 years old, and it is a prefabricated building, and it is in a state of disrepair. It has become unsafe. And we want our workers to be in the most comfortable and safe, the safest of environment as possible. And that is why next year we are working with Public Works to have the design of that building and have it, that project undertaken next year, 2022, so that at least our people can be in a safe environment. So that is another one of those major projects next year. Mr. President, I didn't even touch greenhouses. One of the mandates we had, or one of the things that we would have put into our manifesto back in 2013, way back then we were big on greenhouse technology. We have always been talking about greenhouse technology because it is a prolific form of production, and we do believe it can help us with what we've been talking about, import substitution in certain areas, whether it's lettuce, tomatoes, perhaps cabbages, cherry tomatoes, kale, those items that thrive in greenhouse, green peppers, colored peppers, those are crops that I believe we can certainly have tremendous success with in the greenhouse setting. I want to say to you, Mr. President, that when we took over the responsibility of the running of the Ministry and Department of Agriculture, we had a half of a greenhouse at Prospect. Half of a greenhouse.
A hot house.
Well, the minister, you were the PS then, so you would know. You went into it. But we had half of a greenhouse. He was not producing anything. I made the decision then with the PS at that time and the member for Nevis 3 to have that greenhouse renovated, retrofitted, had it done well, done right. Because up to that point in time, I believe in excess of $200,000 was spent to build that particular greenhouse. We spent an additional $40,000 there about to get it performing the way that it should.
Anyhow.
So, Mr. President, yes.
Granted.
Mr. President, I'm begging, beseeching, I would like my colleagues to concur. I need an additional 30 minutes. Did I ask it right?
Yeah, that's the way you asked it.
Oh? Mr. President is putting me in my place today. Mr. President, my time is up. And I am asking this Honorable House, through you, and from my colleagues, if I can get an additional 30 minutes to wrap up.
The member for constituency number 4 time is up, and he is requesting additional time. Those in favor? 30 minutes. 30 minutes. The-
Could we say yes?
Those in favor? Aye. Those against?
Mr. President, I'm not too happy, but I'll take it. Because it seemed like there was some hesitancy on the part of my colleague. That's okay. Thank you very much. Okay. That's what I want. That's what I want. You see, you all gang up on me now. Okay, thank you very much. So I was talking about greenhouse technology, Mr. President. Currently, there are quite a number of greenhouses here on the island. Almost 20, I think just about 20. That is significant. We have come a long way, Mr. President, and we're still moving forward because I want to say to you by next year, we'll probably have an additional 5 to 10 added to what is there now. And as you drive up towards Hosford's, you see some construction taking place there. That is Mr. Pinney, that is his investment. And as far as I know, one of the greenhouses already have some production taking place. You go up to Rollins, you'll see Mackie Trust. He has 4 of them up there at this point in time. And he has those on the production as well. Mr. Paris over there, Richard Paris over in Prospect Farms area, he has some production taking place. So all up and down the island, and I have all the names here, but I just want to tell you that there is some seriousness being exerted in this area, and I believe over the next year or two you will see the actual results of these investments. As a matter of fact, it was mentioned by the mover of the bill that 5 greenhouses were distributed here on the island of Nevis, and those were distributed to 5 farmers, and that was an initiative that came out of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, where 5 greenhouses came to Nevis, 5 went to St. Kitts. One for sure of ours, one of them for sure is on the production already, because I went there on Friday up at Mackey's A1 farm, and he already have some lettuce planted in his. So in short order, I believe before the end of the year, he will be reaping. And that is what we love to see. When you get something, put it to good use. And I'm hoping that all of the other farmers who would have gotten theirs will get theirs on the production shortly. But Mr. President, let's move on quickly, because I haven't even touched the NHLC. I haven't touched disaster management, man. This is information overload. Fisheries we haven't touched either. Mr. President, when you talk about information overload, maybe there's so many things happening in my ministries that, you know, these guys pack me up with all kind of information when I come here to speak, but that's okay. It says things are happening and good things are happening as well too. Let me just touch quickly on the Department of Marine Resources. We have a few things to update on here, Mr. President. I want to say that during the course of 2021, there were some major achievements. Of course, in January, there was a meeting with the Queen City Fishers Association in order to find a home port for fishers on Nevis. A site visit was conducted, but Mr. President, I want to say this. The government will have to play a major role in this particular venture. In that, we want to ensure that once a facility is constructed, that all fishers have access. I want to look at the water taxi facility over there, for example. You see all boaters, anyone, once they meet the requirements, have access. The same principle will apply to this particular facility. We've been looking in the Long Point area, and as time go by, we'll develop the conversation as we go by, but we have done some initial touring of that particular area, had a drone flying over and had some aerial shots of the area, and of course we'll have to get deeper into it in terms of doing the necessary EIA and impact assessment over there to see exactly whether that is the right area. But I'll speak more about that as things develop. But that is something that they wanted me to indicate, that there are plans afoot to develop a site at Long Point for fishers that they can call their home, where they can have refueling, they can have repairs being done, they can have stalls for selling of fish, and it can be a site that can be used for alternative activities as well too. You know, these days when you have to pull up your boat, sometimes you leave it at the side of the road, leave it down here on the waterfront somewhere, but we want to be able to provide safety and comfort to our fisher folks. Mr. President, in February and March of this year, a meeting was held with fishers in Nevis and the Department of Cooperatives in an attempt to revive the Nevis Fishermen's Cooperative. We've had some issues and difficulties there where the relationship with the facility or that establishment on our fisher folks have not always been as harmonious, and we want to be able to mend fences, build bridges, and ensure that we are doing what we should do in that sector. I believe that there have been an executive that have been put in place to oversee the work there, the activities there at the Fishermen's Corp. So we want to revitalize that. There have been some activities that have been held there over the last couple of months that tells me that persons are keen on coming back to the Fishermen's Cooperatives to do business, to ply their trade in terms of selling their fish and so forth. Tomorrow as well, we have a ceremony there at 10 a.m. tomorrow, where we have some equipment that we'll receive from the Japanese. I spoke about them some time ago here in this honorable house when we had the last sitting, I believe, where we spoke about the bandsaw. We have a processing, a piece of equipment for meat processing. We have storage and other equipment that were donated. I do not have all of the items here, but at least tomorrow we'll have that ceremony, that handing over ceremony and commissioning of those particular pieces of equipment, and we'll speak more about that tomorrow as well. In April to September of this year, there was some training done for staff through the Reef Guardian Training Program. This included lectures and other basic information that were imparted regarding marine biology and hands-on training in water, practical training that is in water, what is this? Hands-on in water practical sessions. Well, I'm not so sure what that is, but of course, whoever attended would know exactly what that was. Somebody gonna take that. Also in April, there was a beach cleanup at Indian Castle in conjunction with the Caribbean Youth Environmental Network, the NHCS, the Nevis Turtle Group, and the Empire Sports Club. I believe the member from Nevis 3 was probably there. Ongoing projects I see here as there are ongoing projects that are done in conjunction with the Ross University School of Veterinary Medicine and the Turtle Group, and they are looking at the causes of mortality in the hawksbill turtle and also issues with the hatchlings as well, and that is ongoing. Also, there's an ongoing training, some ongoing training being done in the tracking of the nesting of the hawksbill turtle on Nevis in conjunction with the Four Seasons Resort, the Sea Turtle Conservancy, and the Nevis Turtle Group. So there are some things being done in that regard. Mr. President, I see here as well there was a fish trap making workshop. Oh, the minister responsible for gender affairs would have spoken about that. A fish trap making workshop at the Jessup Plain Field that was held somewhere around the 8th and the 15th of April of this year. And work continues with the Department of Sustainable Development in attaining the Sustainable Development Goal. This process, they say, is ongoing. So there are things happening in the fisheries sector. Mr. President, I want to say over the next week or so, there will be some training done as well. We would have received in excess of, I believe, 70 plus GPS devices, which is an initiative with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resource on St. Kitts and Nevis. There will be a workshop sometime next week to train our officials and to distribute these particular devices. We are trying to make this particular sector as safe as possible. When our fisher folks go out on the high seas, we want them to actually, return to us, because it is always a stressful situation when we hear any of our fisher folks or any of our fisher folks and their boats go missing. It is always a stress on the island of Nevis or on the island of St. Kitts in the Federation on a whole. That is the love we have for our fisher folks. So it means that when one end up in distress, it affects all of us. And that is why we have to pay close attention to safety. And thus, those GPS devices and the training will be done next week, and they will be distributed as such. Moving forward as well, Mr. President, we are seeing that, of course, there'll be training of our staff in swimming, snorkeling, and scuba diving. That is important because, of course, if you're in this particular department or ministry, that is a requirement. And indeed, Mr. President, information overload, but the fisheries sector continue to thrive here on the island of Nevis, irrespective of what might be said. I would say that our fisher folks sometimes demand a lot and expect a lot. And we have been delivering and will continue to deliver. But of course, in most cases, you may not be able to deliver exactly what they require, but at least we continue to do our best in our delivery. Mr. President, let's move on quickly to disaster management. Disaster management department has some glowing reports for 2021. They have been an active department in the sense that it is one of those departments that conducts the most training throughout the year. And training is important because, of course, in order to prepare for a disaster, you never know when one will occur. But in order to prepare, one has to train, impart the relevant training so that the stakeholders that you depend on are readily equipped to face any such disasters. I see here that there was a public awareness campaign, a monthly public awareness campaign that took place or is taking place currently, month to month that is, and it is an awareness campaign that look at multi-hazard scenarios, and the NDMD is partnering with stakeholders to conduct and evaluate simulation exercises and drills, and also to promote cohesive disaster education, broadcasting, and training. Also, their continued collaboration with NIA and St. Kitts, and this is done to jointly execute the national tsunami simulation exercises that are done to promote and locate promote the location of safe zones, public awareness and testing of mass notification systems, and also to prepare for the regional Caribbean Wave 2021 and other tsunami exercises. So those collaborations are done simultaneously with or in conjunction with NIA and St. Kitts. The NDMD also have participated in other activities here in conjunction with the West Indies Cricket, West Indies Disaster Fighters Hurricane Preparedness campaign on social media. And I am seeing here that our Nevision cricketer Kieran Powell was featured in that. There was also evaluation and fire drill that were executed at the Four Seasons Resort in collaboration with the Director of Security on the 16th and the 18th of November. That's the Director of Security there at Four Seasons. And also ongoing and still a major concern for the NDMD is the Nevis flood management system, and they continue to partner with NIA for the development and launch of a tsunami animated cartoon video as one of those activities for St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Kitts and Nevis tsunami recertification effort. The Nevis Disaster Management Department continues its management of the Nevis flood management system. that is comprised of 2 water level stations. One is at Bands Gut area, one is over at the Camps Gut. There's a siren station up at Stony Grove, and 7 rain gauges located on the agriculture plantations around Nevis. There's one up at Prospect, one over at Nerva, and all around the island. There are 7 stations, as they would have indicated. Equipment sites are maintained, data collected, and analysis and storage performed monthly in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Caribbean Institute of Meteorology and Hydrology. The NDMD also participated in the shipment of a relief container to St. Vincent to assist citizens of St. Vincent and the Grenadines who were affected by the volcanic eruption earlier this year. The department collected relief supplies as part of the humanitarian effort to ameliorate the challenges being experienced in that country. 3 20-foot containers with supplies worth approximately $80, $83,736 were shipped to St. Vincent and the Grenadines as per the CDMA and the Tropical Shipping Agreement. So that there was some significant relief brought to our brothers and sisters there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also, Mr. President, the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season just concluded on the 30th of November. And of note, the 2021 hurricane season was an above normal season, with 21 named storms, including 7 hurricanes, of which 4 were major hurricanes. This year also saw a record development of 5 named storms during the month of July. Never before happened. Historically, since the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Organization records began in 1851, the 2021 hurricane season fell 3rd place for record of cyclonic activities, behind 2005, where you had 28 named storms, and 30 named storms in 2020. So it therefore means that you had 21 named storms, so 28 in 2005, 30 in 2020. The NDMD Emergency Operating Center, EOC, was activated on Saturday, 14th August. Of course, even though it was activated, we were spared any impact from Tropical Storm Grace, which passed, I believe it passed well south of us. So we were not affected in any way, but at least all systems were ago in the event there was any such impact. Mr. President, I want to just say congratulations to Brian Dyer and his team for continuing in their pursuit of excellence. They have given me a whole, this is almost like a booklet, but I can't read all, but I want to say to Brian Dyer and his team, this is no diminishing of your efforts at the Nevis Disaster Management Department. You continue to do human service over there. And as a matter of fact, they are also working in collaboration with the task force here in Nevis to transport things like lunches, for example, to persons who are quarantined at Potworks and also at Owali. So they play their part in that regard. And I want to commend Brian Dyer and his entire staff for rising to the challenge and to execute accordingly so that we can all reap the benefits of their efforts. And I know sometimes, Mr. President, that disaster management is not spoken about as often. But most times, though, as soon as there is any threatening disaster, like a hurricane, for example, or there is something on the island that warrants the department to spring into action, they normally do so with alacrity, and they do so because they have been undergoing training over the years for such eventuality. Someone goes missing, they spring into action. There are difficulties with rainfall in terms of flooding, they spring into action. Hurricanes, tropical storms, whatever systems come our way, they spring into action. So I want to commend them for their effort. Mr. President, quickly, NHLDC, how much time do I have left, by the way?
10.
10 minutes? Ooh. You see it's difficult to talk for 5 hours? I could do some filibuster in one of these days. Mr. President, NHLDC, we continue to execute our mandate or live true to our mandate to build houses of the highest quality at an affordable price. And many persons continue to question the price of our houses, but I'll tell you this much, Mr. President. Since 2013 until now, the price of material, especially steel, have gone up tremendously. The cost of construction has gone up tremendously since 2013 until now. But we still are able to offer our potential homeowners houses at the lowest possible cost, affordable cost. That's what we have been mandated to do. Mr. President, quickly, let me say to you, in 2013, when we assumed the responsibility of the NHLDC, we had 10 designs that were available to our potential homeowners. Since 2013 until now, we have an additional 23 affordable income houses designs that were placed on our website, so that make 33. Add to that an additional 4 since we undertook the construction of that housing development called University Heights. So right now you have, our potential homeowners have access to 37 designs. 37 lovely designs, 37 modern designs. And I am proud to say that because, of course, when we assumed the responsibility of this particular institution, we brought to an end, a one-dimensional end. We had one-dimensional type houses, just one. One person was drawing the plans for these houses. One architect, I must say. And now we have a number of designs which have brought something new to the whole mix. So we have new designs, new colors, new choices, and overall a new approach to doing things at the NHLDC. Mr. President, I want to at this point thank all of the financial institutions here on the island of Nevis that continue to show support to our potential homeowners. And I'll say this, I believe that it is much easier now to get a mortgage for a lot of reasons, but one of the main reasons is that the lending institutions here on the island of Nevis have developed that confidence in the NHLDC since we have changed the image. We have improved the image, we have improved our deliveries, and we have improved the quality of our construction. So at least the banks and the credit unions know that once their customer comes to us, they are going into a sound structure, something whereby they know over the years will stand the test of time and provide them with the comfort that they need in living in those homes. Because, Mr. President, I can tell you that when we got into government in 2013, there were a myriad of complaints that were coming to the NHLDC. These days, when I look at the report, I see 1 complaint, I see 0, sometimes 2, but nothing more than 2. So always single digit, somewhere around 2, maybe 1. But 0 is the norm these days. And if there is a complaint, then we try to rectify as quick as possible. Mr. President, I'm sure you recall when the Cherry Garden was built. That is the flagship of the other government that was here, the NRP. When they had the opening of that particular housing development, they brought up all the bands from St. Kitts, had a lot of pomp and ceremony over there, a lot of dancing, a lot of testimonials, and then shortly after we realized that there was a problem. A huge problem too. They had some issues over there, Mr. Problem, with their soakways. Persons would have gone about rectifying some of those issues themselves. The NHLDC itself had to rectify some, I'll tell you how many, and also the NIA through the instrumentality of the Minister of Finance, and the Public Works would have rectified some. So here we are, Mr. President. NHLDC rectified about 10, not about 10, exactly 10 of those soakways at a cost of about $80,000. Homeowners themselves would have undertaken the repair of their own soakways. 15 of them, Mr. President. And if we were to use the average cost of about $10,000, you're looking at somewhere around $150,000. Poor people had to spend that over there at Cherry Garden. And then the NIA, with the assistance of Public Works, would have undertaken 31 repairs of soakaways over there at a cost of just about 217,000. The minister would correct me if I'm somewhere around there, right? I think that is the figure that we were working with initially. They may give or take. But that's a total of 56 soakaways that had to be rectified. That is out of a total of about 97 homes that were built by the previous NRP. More than 50% of the soakaways were malfunctioning. Here's what happened, Mr. President. When those soakaways start to malfunction, you have this stench coming back into your house. It's uncomfortable to live. You had water backing up in people's bathrooms. You have persons who were losing their furniture. And appliances were sitting in water. Not clean water either. Mess. It was a mess over there, Mr. President. So a caring government has to do what they're mandated to do. So we would have gone over there and rectified 31 in recent months. We did 10 before, and persons would have done about 15 of them themselves. Now, that is what you get when someone hoodwink you into believe that they're looking after your interests. Now, you can imagine someone having to pay their mortgage and still have to pay $10,000 to repair a soakaway. Mr. President, you're turning poor people into paupers. You're pauperizing the people of Cherry Garden, and we went about helping and assisting in some regard. So at least we were able to bring that relief. And thanks to the Minister of Finance and the representative for St. John's or Nevis too, he would have made it his business. At least he made that commitment to the persons over there and have delivered. Mr. President, we have had some groundbreaking ceremony within the last couple of months. And some people may question, well, why are you having all of these groundbreaking ceremonies? At Craddock Road, at Hamilton, at Prospect, over by the Chimney, we call it Chimney View Residences. Down at Rice's, over at Cedar View, Phase 3. Mr. President, here's the thinking. You must have a strategy in everything. We can have a groundbreaking ceremony every 6 months. What that does, the longer you take to have that groundbreaking ceremony and to provide people with that offer letter to go to the bank, is the longer they'll stay to get their finances in order, the longer it would take for us to start construction, the longer it would take for them to get in their house, and the longer it would take for them to start enjoying living in their house. So I am saying the sooner you get all these things done, the sooner you can get the offers into your potential homeowner's hand. And I'll say to you, Mr. President, yesterday or day before yesterday, I received a text from one of the potential homeowners for Chimney View Residences. The text
Crescent.
Oh, Crescent.
Crescent.
But I like residences too.
Crescent.
Crescent. I received a text from one of the potential homeowners telling me the bank has approved my loan. We had that groundbreaking ceremony, what, about 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
About 3 weeks ago. You see how quick the bank has approved that loan? So that is the wisdom behind doing these things. We don't just go willy-nilly and say we're going. Remember, we didn't have any huge pomp and pageantry or anything like that. You know? We just went and had the groundbreaking ceremony. Get the documents in order. Here's your offer. Go to the bank and you see what happens. So we are ready to launch out first thing in the new year with that development. I'm absolutely certain that before the end of this year, we might see additional approvals coming through for Chimney View Crescent. Chimney View Crescent, so that that whole area can look so nice going up towards the Premier Drive there every day. So you're going to be looking at those brand new houses there. So Mr. President, quickly, one of the things I want to impart before I run is the fact that we are just about to finalize the transaction that, boy, it has been going on for well over a year. That is the purchase of 36.16 acres of land up there at Garner's Estate. For those of you who are not familiar with Garner's Estate and where I'm talking about just across the street or just across from University Heights. That area is beautiful, pristine, lovely view. We are going to make those lands available in parcels to our citizens of Nevis in the new year. We are going to finalize the transaction shortly. We have already accepted the offer, and we're going to pay for those lands and have those lands available to our citizens. Whether you live here or you live abroad, land will be for sale right up there at Garner's Estate. beautiful land. Mr. President, you know where it is. You're looking all the way into Southeast Peninsula, looking all over Booby Island and that side. You're looking at the Atlantic coast coming right down to the Caribbean Sea where it meets right there at Oaling. So you have a beautiful view, but you'll pay for it, you know. If you come, you'll pay for it. Huh? You'll pay for the land, the view, everything. So that will be available to our citizens. And you see, the reason why I highlight that, Mr. President, is because, listen, this government and the CCM in government have bought more lands than NIA has ever bought. But they have come along in 2006 and 700+ acres of land that was sold down there at Nugent Heights and Pennies, they reap the benefit of the investment that the CCM would have made in government. Well over $70 million was realized from that transaction. CCM spent just about 10 million, 27 million easy. But you know what? They spent the money, didn't pay back Trinidad, the unit trust in Trinidad. And now some persons right here on the island of Nevis can't get a title up to now. And we have been saying all along that we are going to move towards rectifying and remedying that situation. And we are moving towards it, Mr. President. I think we can say that we are making incremental steps towards getting it done. But you understand the difficulty that an institution would have in taking over such a portfolio, because it shouldn't have been like that before at all. In the first place, it shouldn't have been like that. But I'll tell you what, Mr. President, there are some persons who are still being deprived of their title. And we share some part with them. We sympathize with them, and we feel badly about it. Even though it wasn't created by us, we have to own it. And when you hear the other side talking as if they were so perfect in government, they run a rugshot around this island here. If I start to talk about certain things, Mr. President, because I got to go court every day as a result. Every single day because of their actions. But that's okay. It is my job to do because it's basically my job. What is it, the basic job? What is it, basically? It's my job? Yeah.
Okay.
So it's my job. But anyway, yes.
Your time has expired.
Time has expired. Okay, Mr. President, let me wrap up quickly because, you see, I think a member should have been able to give some of his time, you know.
Are you going to change the rules?
No, I said should have. I said should have. Because I didn't even touch on alien and holy license, which is a wonderful report to give. But anyway, it's all at the bottom of the thing here. Yeah. On that, I want to thank all who would have contributed to the success of this particular venture where we offered a waiver on the alien and holy license fee. I want to commend my secretary, Marsha Daniel, for her effort, because she's the one at the ministry that compiled all of this submission that I have to go to cabinet, and that is the realization of her effort, and I want to thank her. Mr. President, on the adjournment, I'll say some more in terms of, not in terms
of the adjournment?
No, not in terms of my presentation, but in terms of greetings and the likes.
Yes,
I won't withhold any more time from the leader and member for number 2. So I'm going to make way for him and yield at this time. Mr. President, I want to thank you for the additional time. And thank my colleague as well for the additional time they have given to me. Well, listen, when they say that you're the hardest working minister, right? That is what it is. Look, I have a lot to report and I didn't even get halfway yet. But I want to thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the Permanent Secretary, the Director, Randy Elliott, Permanent Secretary, Sergeant, Director Randy Elliott. I want to thank the Assistant Director, Supervisors, Extension Officers, Field Workers, everyone at the Ministry and Department of Agriculture. I want to thank everyone at the NHLDC who continue to work under strenuous circumstances to produce for and on behalf of the people of Nevis wonderful homes. I want to thank the folks at the Nevis Disaster Management Department for their continued effort to keep the island as safe and as well resourced as possible. And Mr. President, overall, I want to thank everyone who would have had a part to play in the compilation, once again, of this budget for this year. With those few words, Mr. President, I want to thank you for the additional time that you would have given me as well. And I wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I rise to conclude the debate in relation to the bill that has occupied the attention of this honorable House since Tuesday, the Nevis Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021. I start by thanking my colleagues on this side of the House for their incredible support, and to say how grateful I am, Mr. President, to have a team such as this. A team, Mr. President, that is supportive, a team that is competent, a team that is capable, and a team that has continued to deliver for the people of Nevis. Now, Mr. President, I have come here to this honorable House, and in my capacity as Minister of Finance, I've sought to present a budget which I believe the Honorable Minister of Health referred to as a practical budget. And what choice do we have? In an environment that we find ourselves in, we have to be practical. You know, Mr. President, it is worth repeating that the COVID-19 pandemic presents the first global pandemic in over 100 years. Let me repeat that. The COVID-19 pandemic presents the first global pandemic in over 100 years. Not since the influenza pandemic has there been such a global phenomenon. And yet we hear the constant refrain from some quarters, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have made the point that when elected as Premier of Nevis in December of 2017, and when this team of men and women was put together to govern this little island, none of us could have anticipated what happened to the world in 2020. 2018 was our first year in office. 2019, our second year. And I think it was the Minister of Education who said that we were all here in 2019 optimistic, buoyant. The hotel sector was bursting at the seams, bookings. We felt that Nevis was certainly on its way. And that momentum that we had built up, Mr. President, we felt that we had the wind beneath our wings. We had the momentum. And then what happened in March of 2020? The world shut down. I want people to understand, not just St. Nevis shut down, the world. When before, in living memory, has our airports been closed? No flights, in or out. Closed. Now, in an economy, Mr. President, that is heavily dependent on tourism, the inevitable happened. And the inevitable was that the economy suffered. Jobs were lost. Our people suffered as a consequence. But I keep saying, and I will keep saying, Mr. President, that as a government, we did not throw our hands in the air and say, woe is me, all is lost. To the contrary, I believe that we ought to feel proud that we stood up and we did what we could with the resources that we had. And through the grace of God, the island of Nevis is still standing today. You know, I hear my colleagues say it. And of course, they were very magnanimous. They gave me a lot of praise. They say, oh, good leadership, good Premier, good Minister of Finance. The truth is that we did it together. That every decision, every policy prescription, everything we tried and attempted, we discussed it in the cabinet and we agreed. So if there was good leadership over this period of time, it was good leadership by this entire government. And I want to make that plain, because each and every person who's here made that contribution. You know, I remember when we spoke in the cabinet about sharing the sacrifice. We had a discussion. Not all of us are in the same position, financially or otherwise. But we had a discussion. Some of us have young children, thankfully not me. But others have young children. Mine are older and I have a different expense. It's called college. The reality is, Mr. President, that we sat as a cabinet. What can we do? Cabinet members said they will take a pay cut. Y'all remember that?
Yes.
They said they will take a pay cut for several months. I think it was 3 months. In support of the people of Nevis. They said they will take a 50% cut to their allowances, which is still now happening, their travel allowance, in support of the people of Nevis. And I said as the Premier that I would not draw any salary as Premier of Nevis or allowances. I was perhaps not as clever, because instead of saying 3 months, I said until the pandemic is over. This pandemic, like you don't want to be over. So I have gone 20 months, Mr. President, 20 months without a penny from the Nevis Island administration, without a penny from the taxpayers of Nevis. I say it not because I think it is some badge of honor. I say it because when you find yourself in a position of leadership, you must demonstrate to your people that you understand. And you're standing with them. And that is what we have done as a government. We understand and we are standing with our people. So when I hear the chatter of people coming in here and say, oh, there's no leadership. What does that mean, there's no leadership? Who else around this region you hear taking pay cut? Who else? They build this fantasy where they seek to project this image that everywhere else is doing well. Nevis is doing badly because they have a bad government. And everywhere else out there is doing well. Mr. President, I don't even know sometimes where to have the information. Let me see if I can find my information. Mr. President, these are things I believe that need to be addressed. You see? Because I am not persuaded that those who are offering themselves as an alternative government, that they either take the time or pay the attention to what is really going on. It appears that they've constructed for themselves some type of alternate universe, some type of different experience. They will drive on a good road every day and say, nothing happening. And ignore the fact that the road was constructed by a government that saw the need for that road. But more importantly, and a point that I will forever emphasize, continuing the policy of this government, that all infrastructure that we do is done by us and for us. You see, when I drive on Brownhill Road, I drive in Braziers, or when, as you try to go home this evening, you're going to drive on a brand new road over there in Pinnis. You must recognize that it's not only a road, it is also the injection of money into our local economy. because the people who are working on producing that infrastructure are our people. They're our young men and women, they're our engineers, they're our truckers, they're our artisans. And, Mr. President, we can compare that policy of empowering Nevisians with what used to be. Because the good member for number 4, he made the point that every story, every book has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And a lot of them want to portray to the Nevisian public that we must not pay any attention to the beginning or the middle. We must come to the end. And they've tried it before. I well recall there was an era when the NRP changed its name in its local parlance, said that they knew NRP. I think we're all old enough to remember that. Because they have, you see, some kind of psychosis as a party. They continue to seek to deny their past, to say to people the past doesn't matter. When is the same old khaki pants? The same old khaki pants. I would have thought in this age and this era, with the capacity to do research at the fingertip, that the NRP would have put something together to come into this house on what I believe is the last budget presentation by the member opposite. And to say to the people that here is the biggest stage in Parliament, the budget debate, and I'm offering a real alternative to the people of Nevis. Instead of that, you got fluff and flim and flim-flam. You got nothing of substance. Criticize everything, but offer no sensible alternative. Imagine that we are being told that we have not exercised leadership. For 20 months, this country has been under lockdown.
Mr. President, I rise.
You should indicate point of order.
Point of order, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would recall sometime in this House of Parliament, can't recall if it was the last sitting or the sitting before that, you would have stopped me indicating that the word sensible, Mr. President, is not parliamentary language. The member just used the word sensible, and so I'm just seeking guidance. Because I do believe, Mr. President, according to you and your ruling previously, it is not parliamentary language, Mr. President.
No, the question.
Mr. President, I want to make it clear that I wasn't saying that the member wasn't sensible. I said I saw the opposition would have come with a position that was sensible, that was offering an alternative to the people. If that is not parliamentary,
Mr. President, if I may, it was within that very same context that I used the word sensible, saying that a proposal put forward by the member opposite was not sensible. So, Mr. President, I am simply seeking guidance, because if it is that there was a previous ruling in this House that the word sensible, when used in that particular context, was not parliamentary language, and now it is, Mr. President, I have to seek guidance from this House.
Mr. President, I can see obfuscation and efforts to delay when I see it. I notice it. I will withdraw the word sensible. Since the word sensible, according to some ruling that I don't recall, is not parliamentary, I will withdraw the word. The opposition did not present any alternative. The opposition did not present anything that any reasonable Nevisian could look at to say that there's anything here of substance that they can hold on to. It was fluff, or to use the honorable member's word opposite, flim-flam. That is what was presented. Nothing of substance. We, for example, are being told that we have not exhibited leadership. 20 months the country has been in difficulty. In fact, I believe it was only today that we finally announced that if you're fully vaccinated, yesterday, if you're fully vaccinated and you come in with a negative PCR test within the last 72 hours, you can move about your business without quarantine. The country was in a perpetual state of emergency. We had an election in this country for the first time under a state of emergency. The country was in lockdown, curfew, quarantine. All of these things were happening. People have to wear masks. We're sitting down here in the parliament, you have to wear a mask. And they're asking about leadership. Four Seasons and our major engines either turned off or operating at less than 10%. Revenues dramatically down. And I continue to say, and I will continue to say, that it is a matter of tremendous pride and a demonstration of tremendous leadership on this island, that for these 20 months, every single public servant and every worker for our statutory corporations and every pensioner has been paid on time and in full. Amen. Including the member opposite. Not once was there an issue. So when I hear them say, oh, you have carried up the debt, and oh, you should have done this, and oh, you should have done that, the question that has been asked and continue to be asked is a pertinent question. Who you would have sent home? Which ministry you would have started with when you start to send people home? Whose salary you would have cut? Whose pension you would have suspended? We kept the lights on. And I believe that that has to be said because it is important, Mr. President, that our people hear it. No, we hear the chatter. Oh, the COVID-19 didn't matter. It matters everywhere in the world. The great United States of America brought to its knees. The European Union brought to its knees. But in little Nevis, it shouldn't matter. COVID didn't present a problem to us. That's why I said an alternate universe. They don't have any semblance of a touch with reality of what is happening here on the island of Nevis. None. I hear them calling my good friend Mayor Motley's name. I am sure that if Mayor heard the quality of presentation and her name being called, Mayor would have said, don't call my name. I know Mayor well enough. I believe she would have said that, don't call my name. And I was trying my best to understand the point that was being made by the member opposite. The member opposite, in the context of speaking about the economy and seeking to make the argument that Nevis was beset by bad leadership, said, look at Mayor Motley in Barbados. Mayor just get an award for some work in relation to climate change. And I said to myself, what is the connection? Mayor Motley is a powerful human being, a powerful voice, a regional, in fact, a global leader. But if you're talking about the economy, you can't use Mayor getting an award for climate change as an indication of leadership on the Barbados economy. How does that make sense? That is what I believe they call a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. And that is why I said if my friend Mayor Motley was here, she would say, don't call her name. So, again, if people do their research, it's not so hard. Let us look at Barbados. On May 26, 2021, I have a document in front of me from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. In looking at Barbados, the fifth review under the extended arrangement and request for waiver of non-observance of performance criteria and modification of performance criteria. This is what the executive summary from the IMF, International Monetary Fund, This is what they said on May 26, 2021, a few months ago. A virtual standstill in the tourism sector during the pandemic took a significant toll in 2020, and the economy of Barbados contracted by 18%. Economic growth is projected at 3% for 2021, premised on a modest recovery of tourism in the second half of the year. But the outlook remains highly uncertain and risks are elevated. This is the Barbados that was being touted as demonstrative of such great leadership. It goes on. Macroeconomic stability was restored prior to the pandemic with a combination of strong fiscal adjustment, a comprehensive sovereign debt restructuring, and growth-enhancing structural reforms. That was prior to the pandemic. However, the collapse of tourism since April 2020 has stalled economic activity and led to a significant fall in government revenue. This is Barbados. It goes on. The economy contracted by 18% in 2020, spurring unemployment and generating financial pressure on the national insurance scheme. Tourism came to a virtual standstill in the wake of the pandemic. Despite a modest recovery towards the end of 2020, tourism arrivals remain at a fraction of normal levels, with Q1 2021 arrivals down by about 98% relative to previous years. The February lockdown has significantly reduced economic activity in Q 2021. Meanwhile, unemployment is estimated to have peaked at about 25%, and unemployment insurance claims surged nearly fivefold in 2020 relative to the average of recent years. It goes on. Barbados' economy remains severely depressed by the protracted global pandemic, with a partial recovery expected in the second half of 2021. Risks to the outlook remain very high and tilted to the downside. You see, simple Google search. Member opposite, had she taken the time?
Mr. President, I rise to the point of order. You see, Mr. President, I understand that the intention here is really to mislead. And so I want member opposite, as well as the general public, to be very clear on what I presented in this honorable house yesterday. Now, Mr. President, the honorable member in his budget address stated that he would have lost nearly 2 years thus far due to the pandemic. The point that I made, Mr. President, was simply that how can this pandemic cause the honorable member to lose 2 years? His term continued. What the people of Nevis expect is leadership amidst adversity. And I went on to state, Mr. President, that other leaders throughout the Caribbean region and the world have continued to perform amidst and despite the challenges of COVID-19. And that was the simple point. I was not comparing in any way, shape, or form the economy of Nevis with that of Barbados. I was comparing the leadership. People lead, they stand up, they demonstrate leadership in amidst of adversity, Mr. President. That was the point.
Mr. President, I believe I'm sorry, Mr. President.
And so the point of order is leadership, is it? Or the economy? Which one?
Mr. President, the point of order is simply that regardless of COVID-19, regardless of the challenges that the country is facing, the leader must lead. This is not an excuse. This is not a loss. It cannot be considered as a loss. Performance continued, and that is what he said in his budget. He would have lost 2 years. I asked him, Mr. President, I posed a question. I asked him to explain to the good people of Nevis how he would have lost 2 years due to COVID-19. That was the question.
Because if the honorable member doesn't understand what it means to say you've lost some period of time. Of course, we lost 2 years. We lost 2 years because the plans and programs and projections that we had were derailed by COVID.
The leadership continued.
But of course the leadership continued.
Continued. Better.
Of course the leadership continued.
Of course, better.
The bottom line is that when... So let me try and break it down.
Better.
Please, let us have some civility within the House. The opposition, you made a point of order. The member opposite, the Premier, is responding. So please, could you let him respond and let us move on?
Mr. President, I believe that I shall try one last time to explain the concept of having lost 2 years. You see, we would have been elected in 2017 with a particular mandate. We would have come as recently as 2019 with grand plans as to what we were going to do. Those plans were derailed, upended, stopped. Why? Because of COVID-19. This discussion, let us recall, is taking place in the context of some who are seeking to say that COVID-19 doesn't matter. That is the context, that is the background. They say that we are blaming COVID-19. And I'm saying, yes, COVID-19 has to be blamed. Because nobody, even in the much touted recession of 2008, countries in lockdown, borders never closed, people in lockup can't even go out in the yard. All of that we had to deal with. The Minister of Health is here. Day after day she called, needing us to reallocate resources. Monies that were available for public works had to be taken from public works and put into health. So when we talk about losing time, we mean to say that we have lost that opportunity, the plans and programs that we had to delay and defer while we adopted a life-first approach to ensure that our people remain safe. I would have thought that that would be obvious. So when people come in here and they start to tout leadership of others, well, when you judge leadership, you have to look at what the countries are doing.
And you have to look at the economy.
But the economy is part of what the country is doing.
Of course.
So when you say that the leadership in Barbados has been stellar, but it has been absent in the island of Nevis, and this is no criticism of my dear friend, Prime Minister Motley, because it has been difficult for everybody. But I have come to bring to the House and to the people what the IMF has said. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, not me. There was another document here from a Christopher Harris looking at the economic impact of COVID-19 in Barbados. And it's along the same lines. The economy of Barbados contracted by 18%. Why? Because Barbados, like us, is heavily dependent on tourism. That document concludes COVID-19 has decimated the Barbadian economy from a GDP and an unemployment perspective. Yeah, what the word they use? Decimated. Barbados is a big country compared to us. If Barbados decimated, but look how Nevis is still standing. Still standing, but they say no leadership in Nevis. No leadership in Nevis. I look at the IMF Executive Board because Again, they seem to suggest, and I hear this throughout the talk shows and throughout the public pronouncements. Oh, they're talking about COVID. What COVID? What COVID? COVID has decimated the world, you know. We have here the IMF Executive Board and what they said about Antigua and Barbuda, our sister nation just next door. And hear what it says. Document dated August 12, 2021. Antigua and Barbuda has been hit hard by the global pandemic. The domestic lockdown and border closure in early 2020 prompted a collapse of tourism-related activities. The economy contracted by an estimated 17.3% in 2020. You hear what I tell you? Antigua, Barbados 18%, Antigua 17.3%. Hear what they say about Antigua. Again, the IMF. It says the pandemic has intensified cash flow pressures, led to a further accumulation of those domestic and external arrears, and sharply increased the public debt and gross financing needs. The government has embarked on an economic plan centered on medium-term fiscal strategy, which seeks to restore debt sustainability and gradually resolve outstanding domestic and external arrears. The situation in Antigua is a difficult situation. So, Mr. President, I've looked at Barbados, which was held up as a model of leadership. I've looked at Antigua from what the IMF is saying about our sisters and brothers in Antigua. Simple Google search, you know. Simple Google search. You know what they said about our sisters and brothers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Again, June 22nd. Hear what they say. The IMF report, June 22nd, 2021, on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The pandemic took a heavy toll on the economy, with a protracted recovery anticipated prior to the volcanic eruption. So even before the volcano erupted in St. Vincent, the IMF is saying that the pandemic took a heavy toll. In response to the fall in tourism receipts, the current account deficit widened to 16.3% of GDP in 2020 in St. Vincent. Public debt rose 12 percentage points to 87% of GDP in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They say COVID don't matter. COVID don't matter. Well, at the last document I will refer to, IMF again, looking now at the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, the ECCU, that is all of the Eastern Caribbean countries that use the EC dollar. And this was issued on February 12, 2021. And I read, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit the ECCU economy hard. And until it is brought under control, tourism activity will remain subdued and will in turn limit the strength of the economic recovery. Tourism receipts have dried up as visitor arrivals have come to a halt. GDP is estimated to have contracted by 16% across the ECCU in 2020, with negative inflation and stagnant credit growth. With sizable revenue losses and spending pressures aimed at limiting the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic, fiscal positions have deteriorated significantly, raising public debt sharply. The current account deficit is estimated to have widened sharply due to the decline in tourism exports. Mr. President, it's not that I'm seeking to overload the House. I recognize it is late in the afternoon. But these documents came from a basic search online. I didn't have to call anybody at the IMF. I didn't have to seek out any research of any significance. I didn't have to call UE. Basic. And so when we have a budget debate and a budget discussion, I believe those who wish to lead, those who wish to offer themselves, those who want to be in a position in the country of leadership, they must prepare themselves. They must prepare themselves. And they must come in here looking and sounding like they know what they're about. Not just with empty rhetoric. Any of us could do that. This is serious business, you know, Mr. President. This is serious business. And if you come in here with piece of something written by somebody, piece of something else written by somebody else, and you're butting and batting because you have not acquainted yourself with the material, well, the people out there say you're not ready yet. How are you going to be ready for prime time? And this is prime time. This is prime time. This is where people look for leadership, especially in circumstances of this type of pandemic. I said it in the budget address. The country now needs stability. It needs sobriety. It needs maturity. We don't need flim-flam. We don't need flim-flam. We need maturity, stability. We need a steady hand at the wheel. Not people who are untried. Untried. And who, when you hear them in the public discourse, you hear them in the public square, you realize that what they're saying just does not compute. They have not prepared themselves. They just come to say things. Just come to talk. Have not prepared themselves. And that I have a difficulty with. Mr. President, I have a few more things to say. So bear with me. Mr. President, the member opposite, I was a little surprised. But the member opposite decided to tread where even angels fear to go. And she raised the issue of debt. She spoke of debt. And she said that the NIA debt has increased. And that is true. Because we have made a clean breast of it in the budget documents. We have not hid the fact that our debt now stands as of November at $492 million. That is the total debt. The debt of the statutory corporations and, of course, of the central government. But I am a little surprised that the honorable member would talk about debt, because it forced us to go back into that book of NRP. And it is rather interesting when we look at the issue of debt and how debt has been accumulated on this island over the period of time that we are looking at. There was a government from 2006 to 2013 under the leadership then of the Honorable Joseph Walcott Parry, an NRP government. The documents that are available to us from the Ministry of Finance would show that the total debt stock in 2006 of the Nevis Island Administration and its statutory corporations stood at $230.8 million. By 2011, Mr. President, let me say that again for those from sixth form and the high schools who are listening, who are taking note. In 2006, the total debt stock was $230.8 million. By 2011, under an NRP administration, 5 short years, that debt was $430.36 million. The increase, therefore, in the debt stock of the government and statutory corporations combined, what I call the total debt stock, was $199.56 million in 5 years. Put differently, the debt increased by 86.5% in 5 years. $33.3 million on average was added to our debt stock every year in those 5 years of the Nevis Reformation Party. I would just add as a footnote that there was no global pandemic. In that period, we had not heard of COVID. That's important. Now, in 2013, we restored some rectitude to the island of Nevis. And the people did the right and proper thing, and they voted overwhelmingly for the CCM and put us back into office. In 2013, the total overall debt in 2013 was $363.69 million. The debt, therefore, now is $492.96 million. We have, therefore, added $103.25 million of debt in the past 9 years. Now, comparisons are always useful, because it is only through comparison that you can say who has done a better job.
Compare the revenue.
So here's the debt situation. The NRP in 5 years increased our debt by $199.56 million at a rate of $33.3 million a year, an increase over the 2006 figure of 86.5%. The CCM in 9 years has added $103.25 million, or 26.5% in 9 years, at an average debt incurrence of $11.47 million per year. Now, Mr. President, in my own life, my personal finances and otherwise, I don't like debt. But I think all of us in here recognize that sometimes debt is necessary. But I will not stand here as the Minister of Finance and be lectured by the NRP on anything to do with debt, because the records would show that the most and massive increases in debt that were incurred happened under an NRP administration from 2006. I will not even bother to regale us all about the occasions when they converted an overdraft into a loan, 65 million, and then almost immediately ran the overdraft back up to 65 million. We're not going to talk about those things. So you see, again, as part of preparing oneself for a big stage like budget, you must know what to say and what to leave alone. Because if you come and you bowl some lollipop, you're going to get hit out of the park for 6. Don't come and speak about debt if you have no understanding of the history of your party on debt.
That's right.
I will move on, Mr. President. I have a couple of things to say. Mr. President, I smiled when the honorable member opposite, again in a demonstration of the hodgepodge approach that she adopted, spoke of leadership. She mentioned my friend Mia Motley. She also went and said, in St. Kitts, they're opening a Ramada Hotel. And you know why I smile? Because I immediately got on my phone and I contacted somebody in St. Kitts. I said, when did Ramada start? No, it wasn't 20 years, 2015. Ramada started construction in 2015. 2021, 6 years later, they have an opening of Ramada. And Ramada is being held up, the opening, as evidence of how well other places have done in their response to COVID and how well they have led. in response to COVID? What Ramada have to do with COVID? Eh? Ramada was under construction for 5 years before COVID came. All that has happened is Ramada is now open. But again, a decided lack of logic and preparation.
Mr. President, I rise on a point of order. Mr. President, it is very unbecoming for the honorable member opposite to state that the debate presented yesterday was a lack of preparation. Mr. President, an empty budget deserves an empty response. But never mind that, Mr. President. Never mind that, Mr. President. Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that Ramada, whether it was construction started in 2015, the fact of the matter is, Mr. President, Nevis has nothing to compare to. We had no construction, neither in 2015, 2016, 2017, not even in 2021. And so, Mr. President, when this government comes to bring a budget and they want to boast and beat their chest about performance, I simply, in my presentation, use other countries, even neighboring syndicates, which showed that despite challenges, and Mr. President, we can go back even before COVID. And the fact of the matter is that the economy was suffering even before then. So, Mr. President, the point is, Mr. President, that regardless of what the honorable member is saying here today, there was no lack of preparation. There was nothing substantial that was put to the people of Nevis. And the point that I made in my address, Mr. President, is that this budget did not give the people of Nevis any indication of hope of growth for the next 5 years, not even the next year, Mr. President. And that is the point.
Mr. President, with respect, and I don't mean again because it is only further demonstrative of the lack of preparation. A point of order is intended to draw attention to some violation of the rules of the House. What I'm hearing is a constant effort to rebut what I am saying. There is no suggestion that I have used unparliamentary language, that I have breached some rule of the House, that I have impugned somebody's character, that I have spoken about the court, or anything of that nature. The honorable member keeps rising to say perhaps what she ought to have said when she did her address. That is not the reason for a point of order.
And you're correct.
Mr. President, the point of order is simply that the honorable member opposite has stated that my presentation, there was lack of preparation. Well, Mr. President, how can that not be an assassination on my character, Mr. President?
No. I think we're going too far now with this thing.
It is a characterization, Mr. President, that's all. Mr. President, I'll sit on your rule. She said the budget empty, but that's assassinating my character.
That's right. She said it all the time yesterday.
Is that empty? That gone viral yet?
If we are playing with words tonight, I am not going to tolerate it. Okay. If there is an infringement on the rules of the House, fine, that's a point of order. But to speculate somebody saying something and you put your own twist to it, that's not a point of order.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I will continue because, as I say, I think that the speeches speak for themselves, the content speaks for itself. And I am just very concerned as to what we have heard and what has been presented. Now, the honorable member opposite, again, raised the point and spoke quite eloquently to the NE workers, the non-established workers on Nevis. And I listened attentively because I understand the effort to play on emotion. But what I heard from the member was, having said in terms that the NRP, if elected, will legislate in relation to any workers, the honorable member went on finally to say that it is a federal matter. And I myself had some difficulty reconciling those two, because we understand clearly that if the issue of the NE workers is properly a federal matter, then there is no legislation that can be passed in this House in relation to that particular matter. And again, going back to the issue of preparation or lack thereof, the honourable member should have known that in fact this matter is already being treated at the federal level. That committees are in place addressing it, that legislation has in fact been drafted, and that the matter is well on its way to a resolution. So there's no need, I feel, to seek to tug at the emotions of our hard-working, non-established workers. We understand. Many of them work with us in our ministries. And we are committed to doing what we can for the NE workers. But don't come in here and make promises that I believe any reasonable person should know cannot be satisfied by the NIA, because the NIA has no authority to legislate on this matter. It's a federal matter. And the honourable member opposite eventually recognized that. And so it is left for people to determine how, if it is a federal matter, she proposes to legislate on it in the NIA. Now, Mr. President, the honourable member, and this seems to be a talking point now for the NRP. Again, a talking point which doesn't withstand logic nor scrutiny. The honourable member started out yesterday and spoke at length about fair share for Nevis. She said, what is a fair share? What does that mean? And she supports that Nevis should get a fair share. That's what she said. She, however, went on to use, I think, some odd language to say that somehow Nevis was, how can I put it gently, like a newborn baby, sucking for sustenance. For sustenance. I will not use the word that the honourable member used. And again I say, how do we reconcile those two positions? How do we on the one hand say, as a proud Nevisian, that Nevis is entitled to a fair share of the citizenship by investment proceeds? And then in the same breath we go on to say that Nevis is sucking for its sustenance. Well, the two things can be true, you know.
They don't correlate.
It is again what I would call a non sequitur. Google that, honourable member opposite. It means it does not follow. And that again goes back to the point that is this thread throughout my entire closing statement on this budget 2021. A decided lack of seriousness to the issues that we confront. You just come in here and say anything. Oh, Nevis deserve a fair share. You should get a fair share. But oh, Nevis sucking on Sinkits.
What is the fair share?
The two ideas with respect, Mr. President, can't correlate. It's like holding fire and water. So the reality is that the NRP has a, as I say, I call it a psychosis. It's a kind of bipolar disorder. They can't really decide where they are on a number of issues. On vaccination, something so critical to save lives, they can't decide where they are. We're not telling nobody to take it. We're not telling nobody not to take it. People must decide what they want to do with their personal choice. That is not leadership. That is not leadership. They cannot decide where they are on critical issues. So on the one breath, Nevis must get a fair share from the CBI. In the next breath, Nevis depending on Sinkis. Well, which is it? Which is it? Because if you're entitled to a fair share, then you're entitled to a fair share. It is not charity. It is not somebody giving you something. It is yours. But you see, they are coming again from an era when they were in government at the federal level from 2010 to 2015. And they sat down at the cabinet table in St. Kitts. Sat down right there. And saw the SIDF handing out money like water. Money was flowing to the streets of Bastille like when College got running. Water. College Street got running like water in St. Kitts. Tourism get money. Agriculture get money. In St. Kitts, they subsidize your electricity. Tutmun Samambagay get money in St. Kitts. You know what Nevis got? Loans. Loans. That's what Nevis got. And NRP was at the table. 2010 to 2015, NRP was at the table in St. Kitts, and NRP was also in office in Nevis until 2013. Now, because the CCM has said that the people of Nevis deserve their rightful share, and we are seeking to get that rightful share. The same NRP who used to be accustomed to loan come now and can't decide where they stand. So we hear the member opposite yesterday. I believe in a fair share. I support that. But at the same time, you're sucking on Sinkits. Again, lack of seriousness to the issues that we confront. I touch on one other thing before I pass on. The honorable member opposite came and spoke and said that when the Minister of Education stood up and reported to the island about the blended approach that we had to take, about outfitting our schools with high-speed internet, that he was on a call with OECS colleagues. And when they're talking about how they're going to do it, he was happy to report Nevis do it since April, in the midst of the pandemic. When the Minister of Health would have spoken and said all that we're doing, Mr. President, the fact that we have gone out and approached people to help us and partner with us, that we are shortly to have a CT scan, the first 128 slice CT scan in the history of St. Kitts and Nevis, brand new, that we should have here available to our people and take healthcare to the next level. When she's reporting on all the equipment that she has procured for healthcare, all the nurses that we are supporting to study nursing, 10 at CFBC, another 2 doing midwifery, and another 2 doing masters in Jamaica. When she would have reported on the over $700,000 that the cabinet would have authorized to help people, poor people who needed medical assistance, some of them overseas. and the government came to their rescue, as a caring government does when it puts people first. When the Minister of Health would have reported on all the nurses that we would have recruited from as far as the Philippines, and the quality of care that is now being made available to our people. The Minister of Infrastructure, the good member for number 1, he has revolutionized the work that he is doing. Look at Charlestown. Look at the roads. Look at what he has done in water. You don't hear anybody now complaining about water like before. Look at what he has done. They say water bus pipe now. He has revolutionized water, increased the capacity. When he came to the cabinet and he spoke to us about the well at Hamilton, a high-yielding well, but that had been abandoned because the chemical content in it was not right. He came to us and he said, let us get, what's it called? Filtration system in place to take the bad chemicals out of the water and make it potable. And just like that, we were able to put, 400,000 gallons of water into the system, stabilizing the system. When we look at the transformation that is going on in Butlers, the transformation that is shortly to occur in Brownhill, in Bath, the one that has already occurred in Brownhill, and the one that is shortly to occur in Bath. We move over to the good member for number 4. We see the revolution in housing that is happening on the island. Maddens, University Heights, Craddock Road, Hamilton, Cherry Garden, what you call it, Chimney Crescent, Rices. All of these are happening simultaneously, never before in history. And not only that, the Cherry Garden community, a beautiful community in Cherry Garden. We saw some 97 houses built under the NRP, and of those, well over 50 had defective sewage and septic systems. More than 50% of the homes had that defect. Now you could imagine you're hard working, Nevision, you spend your money. You spend your money. You have your home. A man's home is his castle. And you can't sleep in your bed at night because of the smell. You're going to Cherry Gardens, you had water running on the roads because people had to turn their water, runoff water into the roads, creating an unhealthy situation. We had to go in and fix it because that's what a responsible government that exhibits good leadership does. It fixes problems even when the problems were not created by it. We look at the revolution in agriculture, food security. The member ran out of time because he didn't have enough time to talk about all the things that he was doing. We look at the good member for number 3, Gingerland. He has simply continued what he has lived a life of, service. And he gets calls at all hours of the day and night. I'm not his secretary, but I know because he tells me, of people in distress. This has been a difficult, stressful time for our people, and the minister has stood tall because even with little or no money coming into us, we not only kept the lights on and kept our workers paid, we increased all that we did for those of our people who required a safety net. And he and his team worked hard. But I say all that to say this, that if the honorable member opposite is to be believed, that does not count for anything. Because according to her, you're merely doing the job that you were elected to do. But my response is this. If the people elected us to do a job, and we're doing the job that the people elected us to do, then what could be the criticism? Because we have kept our bargain with the people. The people, according to her logic, have elected us to do a job. And we are, by any account, doing that job for which the people elected us. So what then could be the criticism of this government? You see, unlike the logic of the member opposite, or some may say the illogic of the member opposite, I will say, Mr. President, that we ought to celebrate each other. When we do well, we ought to congratulate. And that is why I say congratulations to my team, because I know the struggle and the difficulty. You're not going to tell me because somebody's being paid as a postman, and they've been a postman for 40 years, walking in the sun, delivering mail in this country, you can't have a little appreciation for them because you say, oh, they're getting paid for what they were hired to do? Is that the kind of Nevis that we want? Thoughtless comments. The honorable member, I don't believe the member read or listened to the budget presentation with the level of intensity that perhaps it warranted. Because I remember standing here, I remember because I was reading, but I started to ad-lib when we talked about the manufacturing sector. It is so near and dear to my heart that I did not need to go in the book to say that in Nevis now, we're making rum, we're making doors, we're making windows, we're making galvanized, we're making fencing wire, we're making masks, we're making pepper sauce, we're making furniture, we're making moldings. I was on the boat, honorable members, you all remember, we were on the boat with one of the fine woodworkers from Nevis.
Yes.
And the chap was coming from Sinkis. He tell us, busy. Many people not know that the finer homes in Sinkis at Christoph Harbour and those places is Nevisians who are doing the woodwork, cabinetry, all the moldings, doors being produced right here in Nevis. Now, having said that, having said in the budget that we have up to 6 medium-sized manufacturing entities here that are poised for export, the honorable member comes and says that manufacturing needs to be looked at. Suggests to me that the honorable member missed that part of the budget. Because we're doing well thus far in manufacturing, and we're incentivizing our people to get involved even more. Imagine now in Nevis, you could get your roofing right here. Imagine now you could get your fencing wire right here. Imagine the mask that we're wearing, the one I had on today. Right here. Doors, your windows, right here. And they say, nothing is happening. That's the constant refrain. The member then sought to encourage the people. I think she did her best in terms of a little political speech. So, she encouraged people to look at the NRP as a party. And she spoke about the period from NRP in government. And I again said, just like that, I wonder why the honorable member would invite us to revisit a nightmare that was NRP. It was under an NRP administration, let us remember, as we open the book of NRP, where one Patrice Nisbet was an integral part of the Labour government in St. Kitts, that the checks of the public servants in Nevis were bounced by the National Bank, a bank that is principally owned by the federal government. And I confess, Mr. President, that sometimes in the small hours of the morning, and I'm up and I'm alone with my thoughts, I ponder and I say, what did Patrice say? when he sat around that cabinet table and Prime Minister Douglas said, we're going to bounce the check over there in Nevis. What did this man from St. James, this NRP man, say? When people sat down and plotted to hurt the people of Nevis. I often ask that question, did he go to the bathroom when that was being discussed? Because I know him, I'm trying to find a way to exonerate him. Did he go? Did he have a headache and he left? What could have been?
Mr. President, I rise on a point of order again. Mr. President, this Honorable House, and I cannot speak to what would have transpired prior to my time, and Patrice Nisbet is not here to defend himself, but there's an allegation being put forward that Patrice Nisbet at that time, when he was a member of the federal parliament, that he was involved in some sort of plan, deliberate plan, to bounce a check for the NIA. Mr. President, that is not fitting, and it is indeed a breach of the parliamentary rules. Mr. Nisbet is not here to defend himself. There is no evidence that was put forth in this House where any member opposite can say that Mr. Nisbet was involved in any sort of deliberate plan with the federal government at that time to bounce a check for the NIA. At that time, Mr. President, at that time, there was a CCM-led administration in government. So if it is that that administration failed to do what was necessary to ensure that the check did not bounce, that, Mr. President, is a matter for them. But I cannot sit here, Mr. President, and allow the character of someone who has served for the Nevis Reformation Party, for his character to be assassinated in such a way when he's not here to speak for himself, Mr. President.
Now, member opposite. What was said just a while ago, that he was a part of cabinet in St. Kitts at the federal level when the decision...
That's not the only thing that was said. Member went on to say other things, Mr. President. It's not necessary, Mr. President.
Mr. President, sometimes you see when you can't defend the bad things that have happened, you get agitated. There's no need for agitation. You know why? The facts are there. The NRP was in a coalition government with the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, and one Patrice Nisbet of the NRP was a sitting member in that government. True or false? That's a fact. During the sitting of that government, which owns the majority shareholding in the National Bank, the checks of the civil servants in Nevis were bounced. True or false? That's a fact.
How does the two correlate?
Well, if you can't tell how the two will correlate, I keep telling you, you're not ready for prime time. And if you can't see how the two correlate, but if you can't see how the two correlate, that is the difficulty. Right?
Please.
You don't understand how the two things connected to each other.
You're assassinating people's character.
How is that?
How
is that assassinating by saying the facts?
No. Let's leave it. Right? Right? The federal government, the thing is that the federal government stopped the check for the CCM at the Bank of National Bank. They stopped the check, and he was part of the government.
Mr. President, we cannot prove, and there is no evidence here to even suggest that Mr. Nisbet was even aware, Mr. President. So it is not fair. It is not fair.
Okay. So look, I have had enough. I have had enough. Could you continue?
Yeah, I want to finish.
I've had enough.
I want to finish tonight. So we had this saga of the bounce checks. My check was bounced.
My two.
You were proud and said your check was bounced.
Yes.
Your check was bounced.
Yes, sir.
The Clark check was bounced. Try liable check was bounced. Here's, your check wasn't bounced because you weren't there yet. But a lot of people sitting down in this room check was bounced. Right? And the NRP was at the table in St. Kitts in the federal government.
That's a fact.
So how are they going to run from that?
In cabinet.
Huh? Collective responsibility, like you said. Now we're hearing, oh, maybe people didn't know. And they weren't aware. And, huh? And you know what is even worse? There was never once a condemnation by the NRP about what happened. Never once. You remember we were in cabinet up at Bath Hotel, and the phones were going off. Huh? Poor people can't pay. Mothers can't pay for their child support. The child care, I'm sorry. Can't satisfy their obligations. Can't satisfy their obligations.
If I get this kind of interruption, unwarranted interruption, I will have to deal with it differently. Okay.
So, Mr. President, the bottom line is on that day, I remember it was a Wednesday, a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth here in Nevis. The people who look to government, now imagine you work all month, you expect your pay. And when it comes time, your check is bounced. And you have a division party sitting at the table in St. Kitts, sitting in the cabinet in St. Kitts. Huh? These things are unforgivable. Unforgivable. But it didn't stop there, you know. You recall there was an election in this country because the honorable member invited us to look at the history of NRP. So we've opened the book of NRP. You realize there was an election in this country in 2011? And when the votes were tallied, they said, I lost by 14 votes with 14 spoiled ballots. And I did not take kindly, because when we tallied up, there was some 203 CCM supporters who were removed from the voters list in the dead of night. And so we took the matter to the court. On election day in 2011, Mr. President, I stood in Cox and I saw people from Cox whose names had been removed from the voters list. Ball long water, because they were denied the right to vote in their own country by the NRP. And at the same time, you had people coming in from overseas who had no connection to St. John's, passing our own people and laughing at them and going in to make their mark for the NRP. People came over from St. Kitts. I remember the famous speech, come over my brother, come over my sister. Who gonna stop you? Who gonna stop you? Nobody can stop you. That is the legacy of the Nevis Reformation Party. Let us look at the book of NRP. The first time that anybody elected in this country was declared null and void was an NRP man. He still ain't catch himself. Still call him that, he must. Oh no, he ain't catch himself. Null and void. Huh? They went into Cane Garden, part of my constituency number 2. 2 of them asking people what your name. A man tell me he thought that it was some kind of register they're doing for the people to get some benefit. They may know they're asking them what their name to go down in the electoral office and take off the name them. When we had the court case, and I will forever remember the story, a short lady came and she said, I want to give evidence. And they said, you want to give evidence? What is your name? She gave her name. We said, you're not on the list. She said, well, I want to give evidence because my name was removed and I didn't have the chance to vote. When we look to see the reason that was put down for this woman's removal from the voters list, it says deceased. Deceased. And the woman showed up at the courthouse, said she come to give evidence. Said she come to give evidence. And I remember my friend, I've said it many times before, Anthony Astafan, senior counsel, who was representing those enemies of democracy. He got up and he said to the judge, Lazarus has risen. Lazarus has risen. That is a chapter in the book of NRP. Stolen election. Nobody talk about the treatment of non-nationals. Lord of mercy, I spoke to a guy and his friend the other day. He said, look to he, like them fellows used to follow the smell of curry. Wherever they see, they smell curry cooking, they go and lock up the people. Round up people like criminals because they say the people are supportive of CCM. I always remember the example and I could talk about it because it is a matter that went to the court of the barber Shemarko. He was not even a registered voter. They picked him up, his wife, and the wife had a little baby just born in her arms. Put them up in a jailhouse to be deported the following day. Say he close to me. He close to Mark Brantley. That was his crime under NRP. We went to the court and Shemarko is here today contributing to the society and to the community with his business and doing all that he's doing. Has a beautiful home out there in Cohoons, raising his family, because we went to court to fight for his right to remain here, law-abiding citizen. NRP take up the man and his wife, lock them up, the child, baby in arms, born here. Some of the Guyanese are sent out of the country, they put a notation in the system. Something that is reserved for terrorists and criminals. They put it in the system so they could never return to the island of Nevis. That is from the book of NRP. You asked me to open it, I'm going to open it. You remember there was a company here from Jamaica. Every piece of road, NIPAC, any construction that was done here, that company was asked to do it. I have no criticism of the company because if they come to the work and you give them the work, they do the work. They track over there at the race track. St. James, no. Track at St. James. Drag race track. NIPAC. And nearly all the roads in Nevis were done by this company. I was in opposition at the time. And the CCM raised the objection. And we said, why is it that the local division can't get a bite? But the man in Nevis who has a little truck or has a little skill sitting on the sidewalk kicking stones while this companies even imported trucks. They brought in their own trucks. They brought in their own heavy equipment and they brought in their workers. And we asked the question, you know what the response of the then leader of the NRP was? He said, when them young people come back from college, they don't know what they're doing. Nevisians who come back from college. I look down here, I see young PSU Sad, and I see young Director of Agriculture Randy Elliott. I see not so young PS Finance Colin Doe. I don't know what you're doing. I must practice, learn how to drive. Now imagine young Randy Elliott who's here, bright young fella. Went off to Trinidad and studied. Sit down in class with a Trini. beat the Trini in class, did better than the Trini, did better than the Barbadian, did better than the Guyanese who sat next to him. He graduated ahead of them, but he come back to Nevis, and he not good enough in Nevis. The Trini come who went to class with him, who he used to help with his studies, and tell the Trini, boy, you got the answer wrong. This is the right answer. But the Trini come to Nevis to work for this company, and Randy Homer sit down. Because Randy's government has said to Randy, you're not good enough. You must practice, learn how to drive. I give them a road to do up in Brown Pasture. That was the leader of the NRP. When you come back from college, these young people, you don't know what you're doing. Or you must practice, learn how to drive. And he said that to justify giving all the work to a foreign company. That is the book of NRP. I am not making these things up. These things are documented. Let us look for a moment at how much land NRP take from Nevis people.
Well, we get the paper.
What the file you give me? You give me a long file. I can't. Oh, look at here. No, not that. I don't remember giving me a long file, and I feel so embarrassed that I found it. Long file here. You see how when you're prepared, you have the documentation
Yes, sir.
available to you. Long file. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 pieces of land were compulsorily acquired by the NRP in Nevis. 14 pieces of land. Some of the land was taken from people in the great parish of St. Thomas's. Number 5. And guess what? The Constitution is very clear that the government has the right to compulsorily acquire your land. The Constitution says it must be for a public purpose, and the government has a responsibility to pay compensation. The NRP took up land, Ramsbury, Brazos Estate, Paradise Estate, Cohoon, Old Hospital Road, Government Road. They take up land all over Nevis. And they never paid for any. You hear what I'm saying? Mr. President, they never paid for any. In fact, our good friend from up Government Road took her land. Did she not pass while she was waiting for compensation? But she passed before it was settled. Imagine that. The lady's land was taken and the lady passed away while awaiting compensation. This government, Lord, when we get in, you know what we had to do? Remember opposite? You know what we had to do? We begged some people to take back the land from us. And then we had to pay for the balance. Those lands over in the great parish of St. Thomas's. Number 5. The NRP take your land, the CCM had to pay you for your land. Huh? The same playground that they're talking about, the wall. They take the people land, we have to pay. There's a gentleman right now in St. Martin. He calls us every day. Where they take his land again? St. Thomas's parish. Right down in Jessup, they take the man land. Ain't pay the man a penny. Every day he calls. Nobody talk about Rest Haven. Rest Haven in St. Thomas's too? Well, I wonder how the member who so loves St. Thomas's isn't agitating about these matters. Took Rest Haven, and now the people of Nevis owe over $20 million for just over 2 acres of land at Rest Haven. because of the interest that has gone on. The most expensive real estate, even more expensive than Four Seasons. Over $10 million per acre that we have to find to pay. That is the book of NRP. The book, I'm not even reached halfway in the book yet. I'm only feeling away because I know you all have been here for a long time. Right? I did something on Tuesday when I came. When the clerk said papers to be laid, I laid the estimates and I laid another document. Audit report for 2020. Section 76 of our Constitution mandates, and the honorable member opposite is a lawyer. She understands what the Constitution is. The supreme law of the land mandates that every year there must be an audit of the government's finances, and that audit report must be laid here in the House. NRP was in office 2006, 2007, 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and never once did they put an audit report in this House. Not once. That is what you call a reckless, lawless government. Because the Constitution mandates that it be done. We got back into government in 2013 and we spent the time and the resources to reconstruct. We had the auditor, Mr. Edwards, I think his name was, came over and helped us from St. Kitts to get our reports up to date. And I'm proud that this government has restored constitutional rectitude to the island of Nevis.
Good governance, we call that. Leadership.
We talk about NRP. You know, the book is so long. And while I know I'm not constrained by time, I believe that I ought to leave the book of NRP. I only mention that to say to the honorable member, never again make the mistake of inviting anybody to look at NRP's record. Don't do it. Say what you plan to do, what you hope to do. If you're able to come back here, I doubt it. If you're able to come back here, say what you hope to do and what you plan to do. But do not invite anybody to look at NRP's record. NRP has caused too much pain in this country.
Pain, pressure, poverty.
Don't do it. Then I hear now, latest talking point that we're neglecting St. Thomas's. And you know why that bothers me? It bothers me because, as the member for number 1 said, when we sit down in the cabinet, we don't pick out. I am sure the member, the Honorable Minister for Health, would say that a substantial number of persons in that $700 and something thousand for medical assistance. We don't ask those questions in the cabinet, where they're from. Once people are in need, this government helps. So I look at it and I said, well, how is it that we have neglected St. Thomas's? The good member for number 4 has done housing up at Cohoons. Cohoons is one of the best housing developments in Nevis.
Yes.
All the infrastructure underground.
Oh, yes.
You feel like you're in Beverly Hills when you go up there. Huh? Done housing up in Cohoons. The Island Main Road. We heard how they campaigned about this mistake, I think they used to call it. Say how the road no good, and they campaign and campaign from 2006 to 2013. They never fixed the road, you know. We got back into office. Where's that road? The bulk of that road runs through St. Thomas's Parish. So when we got into office, we said we must fix the road, and we fixed it from Cotton Ground all the way to Cliff Dwellers, St. Thomas's again. We went and we fixed up the courts. Minister of Sport?
Yes.
In Jessup's?
Yes.
In Cotton Ground? Where them be? Not St. Thomas's? St. Thomas's again. We put a 4-inch main in Cotton Ground. Enhancing the water distribution in Cotton Ground. Isn't that true? Remember for number 1? St. Thomas's again. But wait. When we opened the park at Pinners on the 19th of December, where the park there? St. Thomas's again. We have incentivized so many private sector investments in St. Thomas's. Hamilton Reserve Bank, you know, Barnes got a big bank up there now. St. Thomas's again. Belmont Gardens down there at the top of Pinnies. Done under this administration with incentives from this government. St. Thomas's again. Duty-free shops I see down there now. Nevitalia. Paradise Beach Resort. Tamarind Cove. Nautilus about to kick off again. St. Thomas's again. Well, how? Well, I nearly believe the rest of Nevis is going to say we're neglecting them. The member say we're neglecting St. Thomas's. The member can't be serious. And what is the neglect? The member say a wall need doing. A wall that we already have the engineering done for.
Which we didn't build.
We didn't build, but just like Cherry Garden, we will fix it. Eh? Look, just the list, and I didn't have to go anywhere, you know, Mr. President. I just did some cross-researching of my mind. I'm sure if I were to spend more time, because I've not mentioned the roads in Jessops that were done. All of this in St. Thomas's Parish, because we decided that we wanted to develop all of Nevis. We wanted all of Nevis. The first speech I made as Premier, I talked about one Nevis. And we have governed for one Nevis. And that is why when the people of St. Thomas's are called upon, I believe that they will respond favorably to the call. Out with the old, in with the new. That is what is going to happen over there. Mr. President, I believe I have spent sufficient time dealing with the lack of ideas coming from the benches opposite. And I will just conclude now by saying, as I did, that this budget is a practical budget. We have sought in this budgetary process, and I would want to publicly congratulate PS Finance, Mr. Doe, and his entire team, because I know I get a bad name sometimes from my colleagues because they say they ask for this and ask for that, and I don't give them. But it's Mr. Doe and his team who advised me. So I act on advice, Mr. President. But they have done a marvelous job, because throughout this pandemic, I've had to depend on the Ministry of Finance to navigate, to sometimes say we can't afford this, so let us do it this way. And we are here still standing. I think that that in and of itself is a success story. The fact that little Nevis is still standing. Yesterday I saw the little tablet that they put out about the situation with COVID. And I see that we have had no cases now for a few days. And we have one.
None today either.
None today. We still have the one active case, or that gone?
I haven't seen
So,
it standing yet.
but no cases, and we had one active case. We have had 5 unfortunate deaths. We regret everyone. But again, none of those 5 persons were vaccinated. And so we underscore the point that has been made throughout all the presentations, that we encourage our people to get vaccinated, to protect themselves. Especially now we're hearing about new variants, protect ourselves. The borders are now open. People are going to come. Protect yourself. The vaccines are free. And I invite the member opposite, it's still not too late, to make a public statement encouraging people to vaccinate. If the other members of a party refuse to show leadership, I think she should, because she's elected, they were selected, and they will never be elected. So I suspect, member opposite, that this is your opportunity to shine and to lead, and to publicly ask that people go out and get vaccinated. Mr. President, we are seeing in this little island what I would describe, given the circumstances of COVID, a revolution. We're seeing a revolution in housing. We're seeing a revolution in healthcare. We're seeing a revolution in water. We're seeing a revolution in electricity, and what we're offering to the people of Nevis and stabilizing with the massive investment that we made. We've seen a revolution in infrastructure. We've seen a revolution in education. We're seeing a revolution in the care of seniors and the care of our people from cradle to grave. This government takes care of our people. We're seeing a revolution in food security. And it's happening before our eyes in the midst of a pandemic. Imagine in the midst of this pandemic, this government took a decision to spend over $6 million to buy a new Waxilla engine. You know why? Because we want to ensure that our people have electricity. In the midst of this pandemic, we don't send off the money to Florida Aquastone to buy another water tank to put up in Hamilton. Pond Hill, I'm sorry. Pond Hill. As I mentioned, Pond Hill, let me assure the good people of Pond Hill that your water supply is safe. Because I see some mischief again being made. And the suggestion that somehow the water up there is not safe. That water goes, I'm told, as far as Zion, correct me?
They come from Zion.
Come from Zion, comes all the way. We regret that anybody in the Pond Hill area has passed. And we empathize and sympathize with all of those families that are suffering. But Mr. President, let us not use the deaths of our people for politics. Let us not use the deaths of our people for politics. Especially when it is uninformed and nonsensical, mischievous. People calling me, asking me if their water supply is safe. And I believe that it is a horrible, horrible thing to do and to say. Malicious and irresponsible of a member of the opposition to go into the public domain, to use the unfortunate death of a family that is in grief to talk about the water in that area not being safe. And I say that because I know the effort that is put in by the member for number 1 and his team. I know the effort that is put in. And when you put in that kind of effort and you get the results and you see what is happening in the country, it is a matter of great regret that mischief makers, looking attention and noticement, will go out there to try and spread fear and panic and behave in an irresponsible way. And that is why I said they're not ready yet. Not ready for prime time. Mr. President, there's one other point I would like to make before I sit. I did say I was wrapping up, and that is, I just wanted to report on our effort in relation to small businesses. You know, Mr. President, that we had a particular program using some $5 million. We've had the first tranche of that dealt with, where we are making it available for women and youth. Well, I am very pleased to say that based on the report that I have in my hands, that we have so far disbursed some $2.3 million in loans ranging anywhere from $5,000 I see here all the way up to $100,000. We have benefited small businesses, some 52, comprising 21 males and 31 females. And we have not just lent money, but I believe through the Ministry and Department of Gender and also through CIDU, we have been providing constant training, boot camps and development to ensure that these small businesses get a foothold. We have invested in businesses ranging from architecture to brokerage, concierge service, construction, early childhood, food and beverage, landscaping, interior design. We have farmers and fishermen, tour operators, truckers, all of whom would have benefited. And so I would just like to report that thus far, we have loaned $2,311,061.43 to some 31 females and 21 males, total of 52 small businesses have been assisted under this program, a program that again we brought to reality under difficult circumstances of COVID-19. Mr. President, I believe that I have said as much as I can, or I need to. I would therefore bring this debate, the second reading of the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021 to an end, and to thank all my colleagues for their contribution, and to wish each and every member here a Merry Christmas, and to the Sergeant at Arms, to the staff, to you, Mr. President, and to all in attendance and all who are listening and watching, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I know that we'll be out and about during the season, and so I would hope to see everyone. Remember, please, to wear your mask in public and to go and get vaccinated. Mr. President, I therefore move that the second reading of this bill, shortly entitled Nevis Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021. Thank you.
A bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the 1st day of January 2022 and ending on the 31st day of December 2022.
The bill has been read second time. The House in committee.
Schedule Part 1, Recurrent Expenditure.
The question is that the schedule Part 1, recurrent expenditure, those be approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Okay.
In the interest of time, I can make it just to the schedule. That's the requirement. But legal advisor, we need to go through item by item, then just to the schedule. Right. Schedule 2. Part 2.
Part 2, Capital Expenditure.
The question is that Part 2, capital expenditure, approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Total expenditure 2022, $229,044,850.
Question is that the total expenditure 2020 is $29,044,850 million. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 4,
Question is that Clause 4 do form part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 3,
The question is that Clause 3 do form part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2,
The question is that Clause 2 do form part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 1,
The question is that Clause 1 do form part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Enacting Clause.
Question is that the enacting clause do form part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Title.
The question is that the title do form part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes its sitting.
Mr. President, I'm happy to report that the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2022 Bill 2021 has gone through committee stage without amendments. Mr. President, I therefore move the fiat of the Deputy Governor General having been received because this is a money bill. I therefore move for the suspension to the extent necessary of Order 57 and ask that this bill be read a third time and passed.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2022 Ordinance 2021 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Resolutions.
No.
Mr. President, I rise to move a resolution number 7 of 2021. Let me just indicate to the House and to the members present and to the public that these are resolutions required by law to buttress our financial arrangements, that they do not constitute any new borrowing or any new debt. And those who are familiar with the budgetary process will know that we come each year and we have these resolutions read and passed in this honorable House. These are required by our lenders. And so resolution number 7 of 2021 shortly recites that the administration acting through its Ministry of Finance is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at CIBC First Caribbean International Bank, Barbados Limited, the bank, with a limit not exceeding $2 million East Caribbean dollars for the period 1st January to 31st December 2022. That is the pith of the resolution number 7 of 2021. And we are asking, of course, I move that this resolution be adopted by this honorable House.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion.
Question is that the resolution number 7 of 2021 be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. President, in similar vein, I rise to seek the approval of this honorable House to approve resolution number 8 of 2021. And this resolution speaks to the Ministry of Finance desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla National Bank with a limit not exceeding $5 million EC dollars for the period 1st January to 31st December 2022. That again is the substance of the resolution. The bank has requested it, and I ask the approval of the House accordingly.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that the resolution number 8 of 2021 be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I rise again in relation to resolution number 9 of 2021 to move a motion that this resolution be adopted by this honorable House. In substance, the resolution speaks to the administration acting through its Ministry of Finance being desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the Bank of Nevis Limited with a limit not exceeding $25 million East Caribbean dollars for the period 1st January to 31st December 2022. The bank again has requested this resolution from the administration, and I seek the approval of the House accordingly.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion.
The question is that resolution number 9 of 2021 be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I rise for the final time in relation to the agenda item resolutions to move a motion that the resolution number 10 of 2021 be adopted by this Honorable House. This resolution speaks to our 91-day Treasury bills over the counter with a limit of 102 million East Caribbean dollars, and that we're seeking the imprimatur of this Honorable House for this resolution to be passed to cover the period 1st January to 31st December 2022. In similar vein, the resolution also speaks to the 365-day Treasury bills issue over the counter with a limit of 5,275,000 East Caribbean dollars for the period of 1st January to 31st December 2022, and we seek the approval of this accordingly. The resolution indicates that the names of the persons authorized to sign on this facility are the Honorable Mark Brantley as Minister of Finance and Mr. Colin Dorr as Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion.
Question is that the resolution number 10 of 2021 be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Adjournment.
Mr. President, I rise to seek your leave for the adjournment of this Honorable House, signed aye. But while I'm on my feet, I did not get a chance to wish my constituents season's greetings and to express Merry Christmas and, of course, a Happy New Year. But I want to do that now, Mr. President, and I do so in the context of the circumstances that we're in. And I'm asking all people to continue to adhere to the protocols that are in place still because, of course, we're still dealing with a pandemic. And I know persons are eager to have a good time during the Christmas season. And, of course, they would want to do so with their friends and families, but continue to be cautious. Mr. President, there are good things in store for the constituency of St. James next year. And, of course, I did not get a chance to touch on constituency matters. But, of course, we have roads that will be built, social programs that will be continued, and of course, I'll continue to be the hard-working representative that I've always been. I am hoping to be through and through the constituency over the next couple of weeks, and of course, whatever we can do to have a good time with each other, we'll do that. And as I said before, do that with caution. With that being said, Mr. President, Happy New Year to Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all who are here at this point. Member opposite, my colleagues on this side, the Sergeant at Arms, the Sergeant at the main post there. I want to also wish Merry Christmas to all who are listening, every division. Go on out and have a good time and be cautious. And also, I myself, I will go ahead and have a good time because the situation warrants that. We've had a challenging year, a tough year. We've worked hard. So when persons work hard, they must find a time to play. So that being said, Mr. President, you as well, clerk, and all of the cameramen, everyone who are under the sound of my voice, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Season's greetings. May God bless you. And may God continue to bless the entire island of Nevis. And of course in Kitts, but I'll get a chance next week to express that there as well. Thank you.
Mr. President, I seek your leave to just say a few words on the adjournment as well. Mr. President, this has been a very difficult year, apart from the fact that we've had COVID. I think this has been a year when we've seen numerous, and when I say numerous persons being placed in the column of being bereaved. Don't know what has been happening recently, but over the past few months we've had a lot of deaths, and so a lot of persons on the island have been grieving and we just want to say that we grieve with you at this point in time. I want to specifically extend condolences at this time to the Rollins family. We have lost a very good gentleman from Gingerland, Derval Jimmy Rollins, and so I want to extend condolences to his wife, Humi, and the children, as well as to the brothers who are here, Dr. Cardell Bal Rollins, Jerome and Father P. Alistair Rollins, and all who are bereaved at this time. Let me extend heartfelt condolences. I know for most of you this will not be a very easy Christmas. Those of you who would have lost loved ones over the past few months, it will be a difficult Christmas for you. And so I just want to say we extend our heartfelt condolences to you at this time, and may God hold you in your care and in His mercy during this very difficult time. I want as well, Mr. President, to extend best wishes for the season to my entire staff at my ministry, and of course, my beloved constituents of St. George Gingerland. May you have, all of you, as well as all of Nevis and by extension the Federation, a wonderful and happy and joyous holiday season. And I trust and hope that as we enter 2022, it will be a much better year for all of us. Hope it will be very healthy, most of all, and happy and productive, as well as all on my side, as well as you, Mr. President, the clerk, Sergeant of Arms, the officer here, those in the gallery, and of course, the hard-working team who have been here since Tuesday to ensure that persons who are not here, who are in St. Kitts and Nevis and across the region and around the world, can see us. So I want to especially thank the technicians who have been here since Tuesday to ensure that this house sitting is being beamed throughout the world. So God bless, Merry Christmas, and God's blessings for 2022 to all.
Mr. President, I also seek leave just to say a few words on the adjournment. I take this opportunity, Mr. President, to say a very hearty thank you to my constituents. I say thank you to them for their continued support, and I am very confident, Mr. President, that they will continue to support me in the future. I also use this opportunity to wish my beloved constituents a very hearty Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous New Year. I wish to encourage them to continue to keep the faith. I know it's a very challenging times with the pandemic. I also ask them to continue to observe the protocols that were put in place so that they can ensure during the festive season that they remain safe and free from COVID. I also extend a hearty Christmas wishes to the entire population of Nevis, Mr. President. I trust and hope that everyone would have a blessed and prosperous New Year. I also, in the same breath, extend Christmas wishes to yourself, Mr. President, and your family, and to all members of this House, the clerk, members opposite, and their families, Sergeant of the Arms, and members of the public gallery and the media. Mr. President, I do hope that as a people, we can continue to work together and live together in harmony, and I do hope that 2022 will bring us a bit of fresh air and we will come out of this as a stronger nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I also rise to lend my voice on the adjournment. And I want to, from the outset, Mr. President, wish you and your family a Merry Christmas. The clerk of the House, my colleague on this side, member opposite, our team from NTV and Bond Radio, and to those who are tuning in, a Merry Christmas and all the best for the New Year. Mr. President, I also want to say to my constituents of St. Paul's, last year has certainly been a challenging year. And as we look to the new year, we expect that bigger and better and greater things will happen in the new year. I also want to say to the people of Nevis, as I indicated last night at the Christmas tree lighting, that we must remember the true meaning of Christmas. It is not necessarily all about the gifts and all of the fancy stuff, but the true meaning of Christmas. And I hope that while we reflect on 2021, that we can look to 2022 with a sense of hope and optimism. Mr. President, Merry Christmas to all who are listening, and as we gear up ourselves for 2022, I wish one and all good health and happiness for the new year. May it please you, Mr. President.
I wish to indicate to all season's greetings and a prosperous 2022. In so doing, I would hope that the new year, that we would be able to work together in a more cordial manner. It is not, in my view, that we should be behaving in a manner that is not in keeping with the roles that we are to display here in this House. And as such, I would hope that we would look at ourselves and the way we behave in a manner so as to bring the best out of us. This Christmas season is a time that most of us, if not all of us, should take time out and look at what has transpired during the course of the year, ask ourselves a number of questions, and I am certain if we do that, we would have a new year that is blessed. Again, I wish all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2022. This Honorable House is adjourned, sine die. House adjourned.